Good morning, Honorable Ngola.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Nomvalo.
Morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, Honorable Skosana Jali.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Shongwe.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Breitenbach. Good morning, Honorable Cameron. Good morning, Honorable Kola Barnett.
Good morning.
Good morning, Honorable James. Good morning, Honorable Leanne Mattheys.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, SC, Advocate RNC. Thank you so much. Greetings to you, Advocate Mokhaitz. Prof. Professor Mary Haas. Good morning. Thank you so much and welcome. The staff of Parliament. Good morning. Dr. Tuli, are you back? Good morning to you.
Good morning, Chair. Yes, I'm back. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let me greet members of the media. Good morning to you. Good morning to the support staff of political parties represented in this committee. Thank you so much for your presence and the support that you give to your leadership. We have Honorable Shabalala from the MKP. Honorable Shabalala, may you please waive your
Point of order, Chair. She's not Honorable Shabalala, she's Honorable Dr. Litchfield Shabalala. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I mean, it's not my problem. You are the ones who gave me her details and you were you must start by apologizing to say, Chairperson, we apologize to Dr. Shabalala and to yourself that the details we gave do not indicate that, do not properly address her title. Thank you so much. Dr. Shabalala.
Good morning, Chair.
And greet the people of South Africa. They must know that you have come here to support the ad hoc committee.
Good morning, Chair, and all those who have tuned in, keep tuning in.
Thank you so much. Let me move to apologies. So we have the apologies of Honorable Sangon. She is out of the country on a parliamentary program. A committee, the Portfolio Committee of Communications is in Ghana this week. So she will not be with us for the whole week. And then Honorable Mwango as well is out on oversight activities for the whole week. Remember, he chairs a portfolio committee, so he will not be here with us. And Honorable Vessels has academic commitments, so he will not be able to join us. Can I check, honorable members, if we have further apologies? Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I want to table the apology of Honorable Nduli
and Honorable Sokanyile. They got stuck in the deep eastern side of the former Transkei yesterday, and the flight from Mthatha was cancelled. So they only had to travel this morning. They are going to join us late. Thank you.
They will join the meeting later. Okay. Honorable Nomvalo.
Chair, Honorable Ngola, is it your evidence that the ANC only has one witness today? Only one member.
Honorable,
Is that your evidence?
Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Klopper is also away this week. He has family issues to attend to and also academic issues. Thank you.
Honorable Chopper. Okay. Honorable Matthews.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of Honourable Maleme, he won't be joining us this week. We are on organisational commitments.
Okay.
We are preparing for the Pala March shutdown on the 28th. Thank you.
So he will not be able to join us this week. Okay. On organizational activities. Okay. Honorable, okay, SC.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Just on behalf of our colleague, Advocate Lerato Sikalala, we commenced our consultations with Mr. Matlala and his lawyers yesterday. It was online, and we continue today. So she's engaged in that process. So if she could be excused.
Okay, and the good work that she does has not gone unnoticed, and I think you have adopted a very good strategy that you keep one advocate here and the other does consultation so that the work of the committee can just flow very smoothly. So we want to thank you so much for that. There are two members of staff. One, Delana, is on leave tomorrow. She's with us here today. Delana, may you just wait so that members see you every day, but they may not know who Delana is. So, yeah, she will be on leave tomorrow, and then she will rejoin us on Thursday. And Andile is also not here today on work commitments. Remember, these staff members, they give support to portfolio committees of the National Assembly. Yeah. So I'm going to request you, honorable members, just for a short stint during break so that we can look at our program for this week, the witnesses that will be coming tomorrow and Thursday and Friday. Welcome, Professor Haas. Where we are at the parliamentary precinct of the Republic of South Africa. This is what is called the NCOP chambers. You might be familiar to Good Hope and M46 that you might have seen on television. So you must not be surprised when you are at a venue that may look unfamiliar on television. This is the NCOP chambers where our proceedings will be running from today. Let me also take this opportunity and thank South Africans who are following us every day. I have been told that the viewership of the parliamentary channel has skyrocketed. So it means South Africans have huge interest in what is happening here. They are watching developments every day. We want to thank them so much. They are also sending us messages And I believe yourselves as members, you also get messages from them. They want you to do your best. That is the key message that I got from them, to say, Lakhanyan, wherever you are, tell the committee members that we want them to do their best, and this committee must produce the results that we desire. We must also congratulate the South African cricket team under the leadership of Bavuma. If you know what India is a cricket powerhouse, and South Africa does not easily, or any other cricketing nation does not easily get results out of India. The pitch that was used in the first test was a very difficult pitch, slow scoring pitch, unplayable, but the boys were able to achieve that historic win against a star-studded team that has caused mayhem to many cricketing nations. So it was a very good consolation after they beat our Protea ladies in the ICC Women Cricket World Cup. We want to thank them so much. If Themba Bavuma and the cricket authorities in South Africa are listening, they must know that their efforts have not gone unnoticed. We want to thank them so much for flying the South African flag very high. Honorable members, with those remarks, I'm going to request the SC to confirm that the guest who is here is the witness that we have expected. I greeted her and she greeted back, but if you can just confirm that this is the person you did consultations with, and it's the person that the committee expected to be here today.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. I confirm she prefers to be called Dr. Mary Elizabeth Ann Haas. We've consulted with her previously online, today in person. So, this is her, and the statement before the Honorable Committee is her written statement. Thank you.
Do we use the titles Professor and Doctor at the same time, Professor De Haas? If you can please switch on your microphone there. There is a microphone. Yeah, switch it on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can speak. How do we address you, Doctor, Professor?
Or should we just stick to doctor, because I do have a doctorate.
So it's Dr. Elizabeth Mary.
Oh, just Mary, Doctor, whatever, De Haas. That's fine. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Okay. No, it's fine. We must then move to the next item, which is the administration of oath. Now that the witness has been confirmed as Dr. De Haas. Bonani has rushed out of the chambers to get that oath for us. And I don't want to make a mistake of doing it from my head. I can do the oath from my head, but we have to be professional, because one word missed can be a mishap. So we just have to read every word that is there on the oath and do it the way we have been doing with every witness that has been appearing before the committee. So you will bear with us, honorable members. In 3 or 4 minutes, we should be administering the oath. The song that you must sing is that Bavuma Agona wa go tshwana le ena. Thank you so much. We are now moving ahead. Prof, before we administer the oath, I must read the following to you. That you have been invited to appear before this ad hoc committee which investigate allegations made by Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, the Provincial Police Commissioner in KwaZulu-Natal province, the province where you are based. You have been invited here to provide information which will help the ad hoc committee in its oversight work. The ad hoc committee is investigating allegations which include, amongst others, the alleged unlawful disbandment of the political killings task team, otherwise known as the PKTT or the NPKTT. Number 2, alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the SAPS, the South African Police Services in full. And number 3, alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within SAPS and members of the public. And lastly, political interference in the work of the SAPS. In extending this invitation to you, the chairperson of the ad hoc committee has indicated that you may provide such information if you so wish under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act 2004. Please be informed that by law, you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. Dr. Haas, you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17(2) of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act 2004, a person who willfully furnishes a House or a Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable to a fine or in an imprisonment not exceeding a term of 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. And I will want to check with you, what do you elect? Do you elect oath or affirmation?
An oath is fine, thank you. I'm quite happy with that. It's a kind of old-fashioned way of doing things, I suppose.
You take oath.
Yes, I'll take them.
Okay, if you elect to take oath, you will follow me. You will say I and state your names in full.
Sorry?
And then state your names in full.
Okay. Oh, yes, my full name. Sure, of course. Yeah. Yeah. I'm married. Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay.
Can you say I?
Yeah. And the rest.
You say I
Yes.
and then state your names in full.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you do that?
Do you want to, do I need to raise my hand?
No, you will raise your hand later.
Okay. I, Mary Elizabeth Ann Travell de Haas,
Swear that the evidence I shall give
swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
You can then raise your hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. SC, I'm handing over to you. Prof. Haas, the SC is going to lead evidence with you. I'm allocating you the 2 hours between now and 13 hours, and then we will take a break at that time. Thank you so much. And good luck.
Did you prepare a tricky wicket? Like Sunday. Good morning, Chair, honorable members, colleagues, media, all present. Good morning, Dr. De Haas. Pleased to meet you, and thank you for your cooperation. Dr. De Haas, you have a Doctor of Laws in Human Rights,
Yeah.
which you achieved at Rhodes University a long time ago. And you're a social anthropologist, now retired from the University of UKZN. You have over the years written extensively about what is called the killing fields of KZN.
Yeah.
You've had a distinguished record since the late 70s and the 80s, also exposing apartheid police, security police abuses, and you've carried on that work. You're here because the committee, honorable committees, invited you to be here because your name has been mentioned, maybe not as much as, but you're running Katmatlala and Brown Mokotsi close. So your name's been mentioned, also because we've heard the evidence of suspended Minister Senzo Mkhunu, that he referred to a letter that you wrote to him.
Yes.
On the 24th of October, 2024, which he says is one of the reasons that informed his decision to issue the directive on the 31st of December, 2024. Now, you've written also extensively about the political killings task team, both in its current form and previously, and you testified before the Morani Commission in relation to this. So much for me speaking. Can I refer you to Annexure MDH1, which is in essence a CV of the work that you've done, and I'm going to invite you not to read the entire annexure. Sorry. Sorry, I should have checked.
Is this Annexure B or Annexure B? Yeah.
Annexure B, yeah, it's called Annexure B,
Oh,
but
yeah.
it's marked.
Annexure A. Was the C,
Yeah,
so-
it's the first annexure in Volume 1. Honorable Chair, honorable members, are we all there? volume 1 of the annexes, the first annexure. I am inviting you just perhaps to mention, highlight one or two
Yeah.
aspects and not obviously to read the whole annexure.
Yeah, I think, I mean, my argument is that what I'm doing now is just a continuation of what I started doing, especially in the 1980s when the violence was starting in what is now KwaZulu-Natal, right. I am, as I said, I was working as a social anthropologist, which is participant. My desktop research was kind of going to weddings at weekends and getting a permit to go into townships and sitting in shebeens. That was very fun. That was great fun in townships and rural areas because I was doing research on drinking patterns and beer and the cultural meaning of beer as well. So, and these people that I had an ever-growing extensive network, and I must mention too that together with this, I was for a few years a member of the Progressive Federal Party at the time because we could then, and I was helping to take affidavits about police brutality, for example, because Roy Ainsley, who was then the regional director and who joined the ANC just before the elections in '93, was the regional director. He'd established an outreach network called Unrest Monitoring Group that people could phone in and on behalf of the party, and he was in the townships all the time taking affidavit statements. We combined our material, and I was working with Professor Paulus Zulu, who's a very old friend of mine, who was also monitoring the violence for some political stuff he was doing. So that's how it all came about that I got involved in this. And then this just carried on after 1990, and we were interacting a lot with people from exile, including the people who became President Mbeki, President Zuma, and the local people, and their head of security at the time, Vusi Mazambela, was also very much involved with the work we were doing. And we got with the Goldstone Commission investigated. I worked with them. I worked with the investigative task unit, which was a bit of a disaster with the Magnus Milan case. But I was at this stage building up a big network of policemen because since the before trust feed, I'd worked very closely with Frank Dutton, who was to go on to become the chief investigator for the Zondo Commission. And he had a partnership with an extraordinary detective, a black-white detective.
Zondo or Goldstone?
No, this was Dutton, called Wilson Magadla. And Wilson and I were doing things together from then on, and he was introducing me to an ever-extensive network of black policemen who were coming and complaining they weren't getting their due record because the people who got promoted were the former KwaZulu police or the security police. So that's how I got into this, and this working relationship continued because I was also working in communities down the south coast when Shobha happened, especially up the north coast, because the violence continued after '94. So to fast forward, I've just carried on doing that because people I don't even know phone me and say we need a patrol in the area. The police aren't following up this case, and I've just been doing that since whenever, 1980s.
So
yeah.
Dr. Das, we can it's catalogued in MDH2, MDH3, and I just want us to pause at MDH4, which is on page 17.
Oh dear.
And that again is a summary of the work. Have you got MDH4?
Sorry, mine seem a bit muddled here. I've got a page 10, 12, 14, then I've got 13. Maybe it's, oh, hang on, maybe, oh, here we are. You said it's 17.
17 MDH4, yes.
Sorry, MDH4 is it? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Let me stick with the MDHs because the pages.
Are you double-sided?
Yeah, it's double-sided. Sorry, let me just go to MDH. 4. This is MDH.
On page 7.
Oh, I'm ahead of the time, I think. Hang on. No, sorry, I'm really getting muddled here. MDH4. What's
Yeah,
the
exactly.
title of it? The page, sorry, if you don't, I'm sorry about this. I'm just kind of, is this the one with the article and the conversation? Sure, okay.
And the at page 18, where you summarize the research you've done.
Yeah.
And then I wanted to ask you about paragraph 3, where you say I've conducted anthropological research on political violence in the province since 1983. My work has been of a qualitative nature, using information obtained from our own research networks. Interventionists work with the police and media reports. We know that you also testified before the Morani Commission as an expert there. Can you perhaps just explain a bit further what are your sources of information before we deal with your allegations around the political killings task team and some of the personalities involved, like General Mkunazi, General Kumalo, General Masamola? What do you mean by qualitative nature? What are your sources of information?
Well, qualitative research is ongoing. It's very interaction over time with people that the networks build up. I have had this interactions with the police since, as I said, the beginning of the 90s, which just extended. Some of them still contact me, in fact, and they've retired. And so the information comes from police themselves. A number of police have come to me to ask for help because, for example, some of the task team people were investigating. This was in the 90s. Sorry, I'll go back. In the latter 90s, the provincial commissioner, with the approval of the national commissioner, set up very specific limited time task teams to look at what was the killings down the south coast, the killings up the north coast, and Richmond afterwards. These were of limited duration. Now, I work quite closely with those police, for example, who were doing the investigations. Some of them were persecuted when they were making breakthroughs leading to the politicians who were involved, both in Richmond and up the north coast. And we worked with them. I mean, we had some funding in those days from overseas, and we actually made sure they had good legal work, because some of the charges proved to be completely trumped up, especially in Richmond. Okay, so I've had that relationship with police over the years when they were working, including when they were working in teams. Some of them came to me and said, well, I'm leaving, I can't take it anymore, because they weren't getting recognition, their atmosphere was toxic. I also, through the media reports, I integrated media reports. My research methodology is very varied. It's kind of academic, media, and personal. And also to phone people and get very specific information. Okay, and that's just carried on, basically. So at the moment, if we say, what I'm using in this is that the first-hand reports I get from people in communities who've had experience of political threat, political killings, not just political, widespread. I'm dealing with quite a few people whose land is at risk, even restitution land, because the mining wants to take it over. And one very prominent member, for example, Mama Changase at Somkela, was killed, just like the guy, they're not the same. So I deal with people at community level who don't get any help from the police. They say the police are corrupt. I follow up cases. I put whatever I can on record so that I have a check. And that's how I get to know if phone numbers don't work, if emails bounce back, etc. So my sources are varied. But in terms of this, I've spoken to police members who've been in the task team, especially at the beginning, and normally they were booted out if they started to make breakthroughs, they told me. I mean, a couple of them arrested people. I mean, and I want to say this right now because he hasn't had the recognition. you know that the people who are boosting the task team are saying, oh, we've got all these successes, and they keep coming back to the conviction of Interior, the accused number 5 in the Miwa case. Okay, that conviction was 6 life sentences, and it was obtained by Warrant Officer Makubu, who was in the Hawks. He was briefly a very experienced man with a stack of convictions. He was briefly sent to the task team, who moved him out. They wanted to move him out, he said, before he finished, but he did. He had a good prosecutor working with him. He got those 6 life sentences and a whole string of other dozens. So it's basically, he has never been given that. And I want to say it publicly. He is the one, not the task team per se, that got those 6 life sentences they keep boasting about. He's also the one who opened the second docket in the Miwa case, by the way, because he can see who the real killers are, and his life is at threat at the moment. I'm saying this publicly. There's been attempts on his life. That's what happens to good police. And these are the people I work with and help if I can, as well as what I get from all sorts of policing sources that I cannot verify.
So it's a network
Networks.
of various sources.
Yeah.
And also, it sounds to me, some whistleblowers.
Yep.
People who've been dismissed, they claim unfairly or unjustly, and they come and complain to you, and of course you also follow the media reports and speak to some people directly.
Yes.
Have you actually appeared in court as an expert witness other than in commissions of inquiry? I think you assisted
Yes,
in Goldstone and
I did give evidence to the Goldstone Commission, I'm pretty sure. Yes, I did. I remember going to the North Coast.
I want to request you that you speak through the microphone.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Sorry, yes. Sorry, of course I must. It's just the inbred sort of social interaction, but it's different in a formal situation. Okay, yes, I gave evidence to the Goldstone Commission, and I've given evidence in court. I was some of you're probably not old enough to remember, but in 1980, when was it? 1990, after the NC was disbanded and the violence had escalated, KwaZulu government wanted to legalize the carrying of traditional weapons. And the Legal Resources Centre, the attorney was Chris Nicholson, who became a judge. Their advocate was Advocate Chaskelson, and the judge was a very famous Liberal judge called Judge Didcott. It was quite a case. I was the expert witness showing that these were weapons of war, not weapons of peace. So I gave evidence in that. And I've given other evidence, for example, in a case we did on land issues that we thought we might get to Concord with, but the government opposed us and we didn't bother. And that was about land ownership and cultural identity. And I've given evidence in more than one case. As I've given a few evidence as a social worker in occasional cases. I don't do that anymore. But I've given evidence in mitigation of witchcraft sentences because I'm an anthropologist and we're as one sociologist said, the experts in the irrational. So I have given evidence. I mean, that's what I can remember off the top of my head, yes, in courts.
Thank you. Dr. Das, then just on paragraph 18, I just want to isolate some of the paragraphs that appear in your article. At the bottom of page 18, you says, my work, among other things, confirms the close links between political and taxi violence in the province, with taxi hitmen often deployed in political attacks. It is a cause for great concern that despite the availability of information about such activities, little progress has been made in bringing perpetrators to justice. And then on page 19, the next paragraph, you refer to what has also been mentioned before the Honourable Committee in May 2018. President Cyril Ramaphosa formed the National Interministerial Investigative team drawn from different parts of the country to investigate the killings. And you say its work has stirred controversy. Amid allegations, it has been selective when making arrests. Questions have been raised about the quality of its investigations, which have had little impact on exposing those behind the violence. And so you've become quite a critic of the PKTT, as it is called, and we're going to deal with that in a bit more detail. On page 20, you also accuse their work of not being transparent. You say the interministerial task team investigating the political killing started work on over 100 dockets in mid-2018. Over a year later, the only known high-profile conviction for any of the 90 murders I documented was secured by the KwaZulu-Natal detectives in March 2019 for a 2016 murder. There may have been other convictions for the murders of less known victims in regional courts which have not been reported, but none have been reported for the many prominent victims during this period. Can you assist us in ascertaining, determining what is described as a political killing? Is there any criteria that one can use?
Well, I define my criteria. I call them politically linked because it's the position occupied by the person, and the motive I don't know, because I call them politically linked. I use the defining criteria, which I've refined over the years. It was quite easy back in the 80s and 90s. You could see the conflict was between, or sometimes within, in Richmond, it was within the party. But it's become a lot more difficult to actually say what a political killing is. It does often, though. So as a result, I define my criteria, which is, well, you have to occupy a position like a councillor or a senior member of a party, as in the branch executive. And I've included senior municipal people because often they're caught up in a web of corruption in municipalities. But I do go out of my way to say, actually, until the case comes to court and the evidence is led in court and assessed, you can then start saying, well, is the motive political, or is he having an affair with someone's wife, or has he got a taxi business or a security business? I mean, that's not political per se, but so, and I know this because over 20 years ago, I served on a small committee which was established by then Minister Twete, because the white farmers, does this sound familiar, was saying they were getting targeted for political racist reasons. And we had all the cooperation we needed from ministers, police. We talked to prosecutors, investigators, everything, victims, families, even prisoners in prison. We did everything we could, and there was a high solving rate, and we actually found no, we couldn't find a motive. Now, that's how difficult it is to say, well, how do you know this is a motive? You need a court case to start with. So I say politically linked. And my problem with the task team is that I have never known how they define the cases. I have heard they've taken dockets that have got nothing, as far as I know, to do with politics. I have no idea what the base they're working from. So it's impossible to say X percentage of it. You have to start with the universe. You know, who are you describing? Where are the dockets? Even now, I'm battling to work it out because I don't know which dockets they took and which didn't. And the figures have tended to shift somewhat over the years.
Thank you. Now, can I refer you to your affidavit, your statement, paragraph 11. I want to just refer to your engagement, as it were, with former Minister Kele and also the communication you had with the then Provincial Commissioner Mkhwanazi.
Yeah. Okay. I had complained to the Portfolio Committee, everything should be on record with them, about Clearly's involvement in operational matters, which I knew he was involved in. Everybody knew he was involved in. I mean, if you talk to people who've had experience, I mean, when I tried to find out, when some relatives of a man who'd been arrested told me that their relatives were all getting abused by this task team to try and get them to make statements. These were people who contacted me. I met with them. They told me about it. And I said, okay, well, who is heading the task team? They didn't know. They gave me a name that I phoned. And it was a policeman who said, well, he was with the task team and he wasn't anymore. And I said, well, who's running it? And he said, oh, Clearly's running it. Oh, okay, well, that I'm not surprised about because, you know, I know I've heard that otherwise. The other thing I know he's running it is that in the Magaka case, Sindisa Magaka, I know this from crime intelligence itself, but it was leaked to the media, not by me, that crime intelligence had supplied the money for the guns that attacked 3 people, ANC people in Umzimkhulu, and 1 died. It was Sindisa Magaka. Okay, now that report was somehow leaked to the media. And it transpired, and I checked this out, it transpired that the head of intelligence at the time had given the report to Clearly, which is not his operational role. The head of intelligence is supposed to give it to the National Commissioner, and he didn't do that. And the National Commissioner said public in the media he didn't know anything about it. I mean, I've never asked him about it, but I can believe it, because if you also, I don't know if it's included in this, but it's even on the internet, or it was. It's a protected disclosure by former Deputy Minister Vuma, General Vuma, Deputy National Commissioner, and she talks about how Clearly was constantly interfering and trying to get this procured and that procured. She was investigating. She says in her protected disclosure, she said she was investigating corruption, and then Masemola was told to get rid of her, and she was suspended. I think she's not back. So, I mean, it was, and I complained to Parliament about it. I said he shouldn't be running this team himself. And the former late Honourable Chairperson said, no, of course he shouldn't be running itself. But she said, we talked to him about it, but of course nothing was done. Because if I talk to people who've experienced the task team, they say that he was seen with Khumalo. So I just wanted to investigate it. Okay, now, then what happened is in 2021, I have known Tabiso Zulu since he was at high school. He did some research for me at one stage. And he, of course, got into big trouble. I said to him, he went to the Morani Commission to tell them what happened to Sindisa Magaka. I said to him, you know, don't stick your neck out, and he investigating Magaka and some of the other convictions they got. And he's been sitting in prison for 5 years because, well, his story was there were a couple of cases he was doing, one involving an Ngoma case that they were unhappy about. But these are his words, and he must give evidence himself. He said to me when I managed to speak to him, he said, well, along comes Kumalo and says, I must arrest Zandile Gumede. Zandile Gumede is the mayor of Durban, and she's already facing charges for corruption. I've got to arrest her for killing her husband. He said, but I can't do that. I've got no evidence to arrest her for killing her husband. I can't arrest without evidence. And these are his words. So he says, Kumalo says to me, I don't care whether you've got evidence. He said, the minister wants her arrested. He wants it in the media. These are Dlamini's words to me. I can't, he must give it himself to Madlang Commission. But he was unpopular enough to be charged with defeating the ends of justice. And a policeman who refused to support it also got charged with defeating the ends of justice. They're still sitting in prison 5 years later. So you can see why I was up in arms. I'm hearing horror stories, human suffering, dreadful stuff. Yeah.
But Dr. Das, are these stories that you're hearing, they anecdotal? But is there some independent source, or how are these stories verified, if at all?
I can only talk to people directly and corroborate. Like, for example, one of the cases I was linked to, I spoke to people in the community who were all saying, no, they've arrested the wrong people. The two brothers who knew who the right killers were killed themselves because they went to the police with the information. And I've spoken to people in the community, including a man who was told me how he was tortured, tubed. Very scared, very scared. Some people are too scared. I've tried to verify everything. I obviously can't. I mean, how can I check whether they're guilty or not? I can't until the case goes to court. And they're dragging it out. They're dragging these cases out. Some of the police, like one of the relatives is a policeman who's verified everything that is real, you know, and other people who've also kind of experienced that the task team said, well, that's what they do, and this is what. Oh, in the case that Dlamini, the councillor that Dlamini had actually arrested, the charges were withdrawn. So, I mean, that is concrete stuff when charges are withdrawn. I can't verify. I have said to all these people, I've seen stuff they've written, because some of them have actually written stuff to the Public Protector, Justice Department. So that's the best I could do to verify, quite frankly. I want them to talk themselves.
And these court cases, do you monitor them? Are you able?
Yes, as far as I can, especially the Magaka case. I've been monitoring that since the very beginning.
Honorable Ngola.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, the witness has made a concession that there are many Kumalos in the police service and stuff. So if we can plead with the witness to be specific when mentioning people's names. If the witness is referring to Mkwanas, there are numerous Mkwanas. If the witness is referring to Kumalo, there are many Kumalos. So the witness can she please be specific if referring to General Ndlandla Mkwanas, so that it's on record, or General Tumisani Kumalo, so that it's on record. Otherwise, we'll rush after people, wrong people, if this is our man. Thank you.
Do you want me?
Yeah, you may proceed.
Dr. Haas, you heard that. I think you yourself said there are many Kumalos. I think the Mkonazis, thus far you referred to, that's General Mkonazi that you've written to.
Yeah, I've only referred to one as far as I know. Apart from that, there is an investigator, Mkonazi, which should be in the, who's no longer in the police. He's the one who was investigating the alleged interference in the arrest of a convicted drug dealer and trafficker by General Mkhwanazi. I did think I left a copy of that note there, and he was apparently, the investigator was also called Mkhwanazi, and he was no longer in the police. I think that's the only other Mkhwanazi that I personally have come across. So when I say it is definitely General Mkhwanazi, the person I spoke to after Tabisa's phone was seized was General Dumisani Khumalo. And the other Khumalos, it's quite difficult to know. I think it was a Captain Khumalo, but there's a sergeant one who arrested these Umkomas police. I've probably got it in my notes at home. Yeah.
Perhaps, now that you've mentioned him, perhaps talk to us about Lieutenant General, I think, Dumisani Khumalo.
Okay.
He was the project leader of
the project leader,
yes.
As far as I know. And I've heard this from more than one source, and it may have even come up in Parliament, because I had a very good friend of mine who's now deceased. It was called, we worked together from the early 90s. He'd also, I think, MK, Philip Mhlongo. Philip was an ANC cadre who then moved to COPE, and then moved, I think, to the EFF. He was representing the EFF in the Portfolio Committee. And Philip told me that he had a call. He was very proactive, the late Philip Mhlongo. And the police had contacted him from Operational Response in Pretoria because General Dumisani, no, he was Brigadier then. Brigadier Dumisani Khumalo was acting head of he said acting head of ORS, and there was so much trouble in ORS. There was a lot of internal conflict, and he said things getting really nasty because we can't take Brigadier Khumalo's leadership. It's toxic. I don't know what the actual complaint was, but Philip said the members were complaining about him. He said he called Advocate Björkman, who was then the chair of the committee, and he said they had a special meeting about it. Now, I don't know, that should be on record. Philip then told me, look, we decided to move him. We decided to move him because he wasn't the right person to head Operational Response, although I'm told subsequently that he wasn't actually moved. Structurally, he was Operational Response, but project managing for the task team. Philip also said, well, and some other people have told me this since then, he was apparently Operational Response in the KwaZulu police. Some people say he was a Caprivi trainee, but I have never verified that. You know, it's easy to make allegations like that. But he did apparently, and more than one person says that, he was obviously well trained or trained by the KwaZulu police in guarding, because he was guarding the king, King Zwelithini. And those of you old enough to remember, was that in the run-up to 1994, there was quite a few dramatic years that I could give you a whole day's story about how the king wanted to assert his independence, but he was being guarded night and day. So I guess Khumalo was part of that. Okay, then he was integrated into after 95, the KwaZulu and South African police were integrated. And one former intelligence operator, who's retired now, said to me, well, he was integrated and he did a bit of work with statistics and finance in crime intelligence, but he said he was never operational. And then he went back to Operational Response. So what I've heard is that from that time on, with one exception, he was Operational Response, but General Mkhwanazi is correct when he gave evidence to Mhlongo that he moved him. You know, General Mkhwanazi was acting National Commissioner when Clearly was suspended. Former minister, whatever you want to call him, Minister Clearly, was suspended when he was National Commissioner. And Mkhwanazi had to jump a few places. He was so far behind. Everybody was saying, why is somebody so junior? Anyway, he moved Khumalo to a general brigadier then. I don't even know if he was a brigadier at that stage or later promoted. He moved him to crime intelligence. I was told by impeccable sources that his tenure in crime intelligence only lasted a few months because it was a financial scandal. And he was moved out, but the secretary was the one that apparently was fingered in the financial scandal. But I don't know. But he was definitely a few months only. He certainly didn't clean up time in crime intelligence. It was unclean enough for years, and then it got worse, I think, from what they tell me in the last 3 years. So that's all I know about General Khumalo, Dumisani Khumalo, that he had very little intelligence experience and was almost primarily operational response for all those years, apart from being a project manager for the task team, which does not involve, should not involve investigations or intelligence.
According to your knowledge, does he have any detective experience?
No, nothing. I've never heard of any detective experience. I mean, I guess you get basic training of some sort. But look, to be fair, if he was trained in the SAP, the South African police, you see, you've got to remember that back in the early 90s when he would have trained, he may have trained in the South African police and moved to the KwaZulu police. Or he may have been trained, depending on when he joined. The KwaZulu Police was formed in 1987. The first commissioner was a notorious white security policeman known for his work with Askaris. Okay, he was the first commissioner in 1987. Now, whether or not Khumalo, now General Khumalo, was trained by the police then, I think he may have been trained by the SA police. If it was before 1987, he may have been trained by the SA police and moved to the KwaZulu police because there was a lot of inducements to get members to move from the SA police to the KwaZulu police, and most of them did not want to. The incentives were quick promotions and all sorts of things. So I don't know at the training he had, that would have been, because the one thing about, with the black SAP, they had the same training as the white SAP, which was quite good in those days. It was just that they were treated completely differently and they didn't get promoted. Like, you know, in the mid-90s, some of them were coming to me and they were still sergeants. And he said, you know, I've been a sergeant for 20 years and that man was a general years ago, the white man that I trained with. So that was the way they discriminated. But as I said, the training was essentially pretty good for black police, that in SA police, yeah.
Dr. Das, what qualifications would you require to serve on the PKTT?
You would need to be, okay, this is the way the task teams work that I know of, even when they were established by, you know, for specific purposes. That's the ones I had experience of in the 90s, working in the South Coast, Midlands, North Coast. At which stage, I should also mention, of course, because they do go back a long way, including with the former Minister Clearly, who was the ANC's person dealing with crime and policing before he became the MEC. So they would have known each other for a long time. And General Mkhwanazi himself was trained from the beginning with operational response. In those days, it was called the Stability Unit, but we all called it the Instability Unit. They're the ones that used to go in and raid the homes of the UDF or the ANC people and see if there were any weapons and move them, and then the vigilantes used to move in and attack them. And I think that I haven't checked back, I'm very familiar with Shoba Shabani. I also made a statement to the Shobha Commission, by the way. I mean, to the Commission on Police Conduct there, because I was I warned about Shoba Shabani. Okay, so they even went in, I think, and cleaned out Shoba Shabani before the vigilantes went in and massacred people. So they had a bad reputation, but they did probably good training in public order policing, it became afterwards. So, yeah, you asked me about, so I don't think, to answer your question, I don't think along the way that the only training General Khumalo might have had was basic detective training. So when it comes to task teams, there's a very clear structure. And this was in I think there's a sheet of it somewhere from the 90s. You have a person of a senior rank. Usually in those days it was, well, it's a colonel now because they remilitarized, but it was the equivalent of what is now a lieutenant colonel. And then you would have a captain, and then you would have, say, constables. There was very clear, they were much smaller units, but there was a very clear reporting line from constables to captain to the commander, who would have to be a lieutenant colonel at least. So that's the way the task team works. They were short duration. They would deal with a problem for 2 years, say, and then they'd be disbanded. And they had successes. I mean, the one up the North Coast was stunning. They got high court convictions, and in those convictions, it showed that the people who were convicted were still getting helped by the police behind the scenes. They were working with people who were in Carter in the latter 90s to incite them to actually instruct, including at the home of a former minister, a former member of parliament called Begi Ntuli, whom I have known for many years, a trade unionist who's now late. He lost family members in these attacks, and the investigator who'd been with the Goldstone Commission, Vilagazi, was stunningly good. He got convictions for some of those killings in that area. So they were very successful operating with that structure. Now, you ask about the task team. I mean, apart from the first being a brigadier, the brigadier soon left. I said to people who had experience of it, I've had a lot of names of people. They come, they go. I mean, one of them was a constable brought down from Pretoria to investigate these policemen in Umkomaas, and they wondered why he'd been a constable for 20 years. And the lawyer asked him, and he said, "Oh, I'm in a bit of a contestation at the moment with the police." And a person in the police who checked the records found out, oh, no, he hadn't been promoted because he was actually, he had a criminal record. But he was promoted while he was in the task team. I'm just giving that as an aside. Now, after the brigadier left, which was pretty early on, I've said to them, but who are these people who are supervising dockets? You know, you've got to have supervision of dockets by a senior police member. Oh, I think Dlamini told me this because he had basically worked in the team after there was, you know, and he was moved about the time the brigadier went, I think. He said, well, I think what happened is, he said, they've had a few lieutenant colonels come, but they go. And we've had a few captains come, maybe they're doing it. But there's been no, this is, I just want to explain, this is why I had a problem with this. There's no transparency. You can't evaluate because they don't give breakdowns of who these people are they say they've had successes with.
So, Dr. Das, so from paragraph 15 onwards on page 10, you discuss your request for the disbandment of the team, and you had initially complained to then Minister, that this is in 2024, to then Minister Nkunu, and you had also written to Parliament, and that the letter to, there was the letter of the 24th of October, which isn't part of the original bundle, but we have, Honourable Chair, made copies available. And it is it's also at page 53 in volume 2 of the annexes. A call for the immediate disbandment of SEP's political killings task team.
This one. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, yes.
And the letter also to the Minister of the 13th of November 2024, which is in volume 1 at page 34 MDH 6. So the one of may I refer to the first one on page 53 in volume 2, which is addressed to Minister Mkhunu, a call for the immediate disbandment. Yeah.
Yes.
And in the you write in paragraph 1, this letter and its 3 appendices is to request that for reasons as set out fully below, you take urgent and appropriate action to deal with the abuses and gross wastage of personnel and financial resources by the irregularly constituted political killings task team. I request that you, 1, instruct the National Commissioner SAPS to immediately disband the irregularly constituted, unnecessary and wasteful political killings task team and send its investigators back to the detective units established provincially and nationally in terms of the SAPS legislation. The National Commissioner must immediately stop the deployment of General Nkumalo, who heads Crime Intelligence, CIS, to this task team, which he did not have the qualifications and experience to command in the first place. Why has he been allowed to occupy these positions, for neither of which he has qualifications at the same time? And that was followed up with a November letter and then the directive of 31 December, which he got a copy, which we've now copied to the Honourable Committee. The Minister's directive deals with 3 separate items. The first is the filling of posts in the Intelligence Division. The second one, ports of entry. And the third one, political killings task team. Now, the Minister Mkhunu, when he gave evidence to the Honourable Committee, mentioned amongst others, he had about 5 or 6 other reasons, motive that informed his decision of 31 December. Your comment?
Well, I mean, I read very quickly through the his the affidavit he made. I was particularly interested in what I could gather from the cases he mentioned, which are quite obscure still. But I think he had been, my recollection is that he had been through various procedures. I know there was a media report several months back that General Masemola had actually been told that we couldn't afford to, the country couldn't afford to keep this expensive unit going, and I think my role in this is to say it wasn't necessary because we had perfectly good provincial teams, which I have explained, I've given details to. And I had never in my life, in all the years I've kind of worked with police, we've often cooperated. I've put them in touch with people when they're investigating, including back in the 90s. And I have never in my life heard of a task team running around with members of National Intervention Unit. What the police do, if they have to go into an area they think might be dangerous, they sign for a rifle to take with them in case they come under attack. And here I was getting, I think the first one I heard there were national intervention was when they seized Tabiso Zulu's phones. And then I heard that regularly the National Invention Unit is with them. Now, I can tell you, and this is one of my arguments, that at the moment we've got tracking mafias, we've got land and housing mafias invading land which is interdicted by armed men, and there's not a sign, there's no sign of a national intervention unit or a public order unit. And they're running around with the task team staying in expensive hotels. I then was told that actually a member who was a captain and promoted to lieutenant colonel, who by the surname of Finn, who's named by people in the task team, is actually cooperating the unit with General Dumasani Khumalo. He's kind of one of the commanders. Now that means then that we have the only people with oversight of a detective team are the National Commissioner, the Provincial Commissioner, the seconded NIU person, and General Khumalo, who's also head of intelligence. Now, that means there's 4 people there who are operational response and not even detectives running a team. I mean, it's just crazy. Absolutely. I've never come across this before. So that was the story of, I did write that letter, yes, and I wrote the subsequent letters because I was horrified by what I was hearing, and I thought of the expense even then. I would hear, well, who's so-and-so? I'd ask a detective that used to work in the oh, I think he was with us and he's gone and he got promoted now. That's why he's now a colonel. But so I was getting reports from different people. When you put it together, it was all grossly irregular, plus my own experience of, as I said, the way they were running around. And I wasn't just told this by people who were accused, I was told it by families who'd seen them in court. And this year there was even a report, it's not in your bundle, I think, but after the disbandment, the national intervention was still in court for Dlamini's case, I think it was, and others. And they prevented family members from entering the court. I've got a whole lot of statements about it from them. So they were still running around. And that's why then after I sent the initial complaint, and I want to stress, I never thought the minister would act. I've never had ministers acting when I've asked them to do things before.
So just before we get there, Dr. Das, did Minister Munu respond, reply
No.
to your...
But the letters went through. He never responded. As far as I know, I never got even, but I did send them to his office and they didn't bounce back. So I was assuming that he had received them.
Now, while we talking about Minister Mkhunu, can you just reference from paragraph 24 on page 16 to 26 on page 17, any interaction, relationship, contact with Minister Mkhunu?
Yeah. I was asked to do this and I want to do it because people are saying it was me who drove it and wrote the letter, which is nonsense. Let me just explain my history. When I was interacting with a lot of ANC people in the early 90s because they wanted to know what was happening, Professor Zulu and I were still producing reports. I've mentioned to you there were specific people, but Senzo Mkhunu was not one of them. There was Willis Mkhunu, who was a trade unionist, who became the premier of the province, but not Senzo Mkhunu, I think, at that stage. And the area he came from, he'd been under threat, I gathered, from, I was working very closely with Roy Ainsley, who was up the North Coast a lot. And he was doing the area that Senzo Mkhunu was in, and he was under threat. But it wasn't as badly as attacked as the areas I was working, which had a lot of trade unionists in. And he seems to have been in another role. I didn't deal with him then, but I probably met him at some stage. I remember a conversation I had with him in the 2004 elections when he had asked me to supply him with what was happening, problems at polling stations, because in those days, and it was very contested. That was the first election the ANC won in the province. And there was a lot of intimidation, you know, were the police there? Were the police doing their jobs? I was phoning him and telling him, well, there's a problem at this station, that station. That was the conversation. He was quite grateful for it. He thanked me. And that's the only connection, the only conversation. I must have met him at some stage because I was always getting asked to do things like, you know, opinions on traditional leadership and all sorts of things. And I must have met him. I probably met him when the ANC won the province. They had a huge gathering there in Paulus and I were at it. Shamila Batoy was at it. There were lots of people at it, and I probably met him then. And but I don't remember him specifically. But I had his phone number. I had his phone number in a book from years ago. I think a book from the 90s probably, or early 2000s. But when he was appointed minister, and I thought, well, I need to send him stuff now. I can't send it clearly because clearly was the one that was causing the problems. And I was writing to Parliament about it. And the president, I might have even written to the president at some stage about the problems, especially about Thabiso Zulu, because of course clearly wouldn't give him protection. Anyway, but I then phoned somebody in the ANC and said, have you got Senzo Mkhulu's number? And he said, well, here it is. And I found out it was the same number I had in my notebook for many years ago. Okay, so I sent him a text message. Or it might have even been a WhatsApp, I can't remember. But I noticed that with his WhatsApps, he does turn on disappearing messages, so I can't remember what I sent. But I sent him a message and I said, please, could you give me the number of your PA? I would like to send you copies of letters to the police. And he sent the number of his PA. I think she was called Mtembu. That was the only contact I had with him before I wrote the letters. And then after I wrote the letters, I had no contact with him until a month ago. What is it now? End of November? About a month ago, maybe a bit more. I got a call from one of the really good police that I've been working with for a few years. He's based nationally. And he has lots of information. He was in the police for a long time. He gets it. I've noticed a lot of these police get their colleagues' information. He knows a lot. He said, I really need to get hold of Minister Mkhulu. Can you let me know how to get hold of him? I said, well, I don't want to, I never give people's telephone numbers without their permission. He said, it's really urgent. He needs to know this. Okay, so I then phone Mkhulu. This is about a month ago or more. The line is bad. It's not, I'm not hearing him too well. I say, look, I have a policeman who wants to give you information. How should he do it? And he sent me the name in a message. He sent me the name of somebody that I could contact to give the information to, or put him in touch with this policeman. I did phone this, no, I think, I contacted this person and I gave him the information, which he said he would pass to the minister. Now, I didn't know the man that I interacted with. So what I did was, to be on the safe side, I sent the information to Advocate Pekole, because I knew he wasn't, I presumed he wasn't anymore in the office of the minister, because there was a new minister by then. But I thought, well, at least he's a lawyer. He was a lawyer for Mkhulu, and then he would make sure he got hold of this police member. Anyway, I then heard from the police member that everything had worked out and he provided the information and he thought it might have been followed up. But that was out of my hands. I was just the messenger in that case. And I could assure my policeman contact was actually quite chuffed. He said, no, they've taken my evidence and I think they're following it up. Anyway.
You can't mention the person's name.
No, I certainly can't. I can't. I'm sorry, I can't. Look, I can't answer a question like this, and I'll tell you why. I work with a very strict code of ethics. You know, there's a whole history in social science, including under apartheid. The social scientists are used by governments for spying purposes. It was notorious, Appalachian Camelot in America. And as a result of that, the American anthropologist adopted a very strict code of conduct. It was I've had from him. And he asked me if I could provide him with a list of politically linked killings. He wanted it for a certain period. He said he wanted to check stuff he'd been given. I said, no, fine, you can have it. Those are not confidential. I mean, I'll give them to the media if they want them, you know. It's just a work in progress of what I think might be politically linked, which is the only way I can do it. And I mean, I've always said too, some of these I only hear about in the media, and some of them I've told by people who want to report them to me and they don't get in the media. So they're very incomplete.
When did you hear for the first time or know about the minister's decision, or Minister Mkunu's decision?
It was on the 2nd of January. It was circulated in a policing WhatsApp group. There's a guy who was, and he may still be in intelligence, who runs a kind of network among police members. Now, I mean, I want to make it quite clear with this. I don't know who his sources are, but they're obviously some of them that know what's going on, because what he's passed on is stuff I know independently. And sometimes they pass on official circulars, like there's the huge budget shortage. They'll pass on, there was a huge budget shortage early this year, and it coincided with there being no money for petrol to take exhibits. There was no money for food for prisoners at some of the stations, for toilet rolls. There was no money for stationery more recently. And police among themselves were saying, oh, I suppose it's going to the political killings team. Anyway, so it was this group which was passing on, but also other police. For example, there's a couple of retired police who sent me stuff because they're still hearing from colleagues, some of them quite senior, that I worked with years ago, and I know they're okay. So it's different types of, but the letter came to me through this WhatsApp group, which was sharing it with everybody at that stage. The 2nd of January it was, I checked back. I was amazed. I was astonished.
Honorable Skosana, I saw your hand was up.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm a bit concerned. You know, the witness says to us that she can't name people, you know, and I would say normally that's News 24. Some of the journalists are doing exactly what she's doing here. Some of the names are named here. There's names which he named here as well. Now, I'm not sure if the witness is protecting, because he made a guarantee to those ones who gave him information. But to some of us, it's like we are gossiping here. For me, honestly speaking, it's like we are gossiping. We're going to go out of here not knowing who are we talking about here. And for me, it's disappointing, Chair, that our witness she's not prepared And she's making it very clear to us that she's not going to tell us the names. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Matthews. Okay, Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think Ukok Mary should either refrain from giving us information without names, because nameless information cannot assist us anyhow. Where are we going to go with that information to? Who are we going to confront with that information? So maybe for her sake, she can just put the nameless information on the side and give us information with names if she's not going to give us names. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Ngola.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I've noticed that in the evidence of the witness before us is largely reliant to secondary or third sources. So it's largely on information that which the witness has received from someone or some people or this and that. So it is worrying, Chair, that the witness is not willing to reveal the sources, because how do we then put value to the evidence that is accused before us, and how do we then verify if that which has been testified before us is actually true or false? So it gets worried when the witness is refusing to reveal from whom did the witness get that kind of information. You know, Chair, we have long discussed the issue of names since the first witness, and we will implore with the witness to share with us as much information as she can, because if she doesn't, it means, therefore, as Honorable Skosana says, we're busy here gossiping. Because the statement of the witness is largely reliant on secondary sources. Thank you.
May I respond? I answered a question about my contact with Mkunu, and I had to explain how it happened. It happened. I cannot reveal a source of somebody who might get killed for telling me. I mean, this is an ethical problem, basically. I have to give people my word that I will not reveal it. When it comes, most of what I've told you, I've heard directly from people about the abuses. The prisoners themselves have managed to send emails from prison. Sometimes that you can talk to them on the phone. I've spoken to people. This is first-hand information. All the names I'm mentioning are already on record. Now, if, for example, the General Mkhunazi or General Kumalo come along and talk about, well, this is what we're doing, they're getting that information from informants, perhaps. They're not telling you the informants' names. The informants would be killed. It's the way I've been doing this. It was part of my training as a social worker. I had to take an oath of confidentiality when I was still a student. I have worked with this for years that I do not, people know they can trust me. So most of the evidence is people that are already, I'm talking about people that are already named in the media, people who've given evidence. The only names I'm with, I got that letter. You asked how I got the letter. I got it, and it's a letter that we all know exists. I didn't manufacture that letter. And I have made a point elsewhere in this affidavit, only because I was specifically asked to comment about links with intelligence, that not only does the information, some of these are allegations I cannot. I'm making it very clear. Because I'm seeing reports in the media, stunning revelations. These are not revelations, they're allegations until they're examined. And these people, a lot of people are just dying to give their first-hand evidence to the Madlanga Commission. And there's a clause for secrecy in giving evidence.
Honorable James will be followed by Honorable Nomvalo and then Honorable Matthys, in that order. I think they are still not satisfied, Prof. Doctor, on the responses that you are giving.
Okay. This is not a storytelling environment. This is not a history class taking us back to the 1980s. Our communities are under siege. Our children are being fed drugs. We are here to get to the truth. Ethics has long left this room and left this country. Long time ago. It's too late for that now. We need names. Anyone that comes here today, we don't know you. You said earlier on, Professor, my people trust me. I don't know you. I don't trust anyone. So please, can we have names here today? And when you get asked a question, Chair, I find that the witness sometimes will get asked a simple question. How did you learn of the letter? And then we must hear about groups where stationery and fuel complaints are being received. Please, can we stick to the question? Can we give a frank, honest answer? And can we move on and can we get names? We've been listening to this all morning and we've been patient with the witness, but I think time is moving. We don't have a lot of time. Can we please get to the bottom of this now?
Yeah, not before. Honorable James. Honorable James. What is it that let's be specific so that we are able to help the meeting to move forward.
Chair, let me give you an example.
Yeah.
When the witness was asked, how did she learn of the letter? She answered, she said, via a WhatsApp group, a police WhatsApp group, and members have also been complaining about fuel and about petrol and all of that stuff. The entire morning, whenever she speaks and she speaks about her sources, she doesn't reference the name. It's just, she's unable to verify. When she speaks about crime intelligence leader and head of crime intelligence, there's provincial, there's national. She's not specific with names I've picked up. So there's a lot of inconsistencies in her statement. And I think out of respect and sort of one looks, at a lot of things, so you don't want to be too hard, but it's been going on the entire morning. And there's a lot being said here where I can see we're being patient, the evidence leader's being patient with her, but she's not getting to the point, and we are getting derailed.
Okay. Did you note the question?
I did indeed. Well, I wouldn't have come here if I'd known that I couldn't withhold people's names for ethical reasons, that they might get.
Dr. Haas, did you note the question?
I heard the question about needing to know the name. Indeed, I did. Yeah.
Note that question. We are coming later.
May I explain?
Honorable Nomvalo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think the first thing that we need to, as a basic necessity that we need to protect in this house is the decorum. That is number one. When members have asked for an opportunity to make inputs during the course of her testimony, she must wait for the chair after we have spoken, for the chair to give a directive. You don't budge here, Coco. You wait for the guidance of the chairperson, and thereafter you come in, because here we are engaging so that ultimately the chair would give a direction based on the engagements that we have tendered here in a meeting. Secondly, people who have been coming to this committee, including people who are in the higher echelons of the state, have been mentioning names of serious people who occupy serious positions. So we don't understand this story that we are being told here, because it means we are subjected to hearsay. And hearsay is evidence whose credibility relies on another person other than the person who's giving testimony. So it means here you are giving us information whose credibility relies on another person. And this is a fact-finding mission. So if you come with a cold and a silent evidence, how is it going to help us as this committee? Because you give us evidence, we analyze, we dissect, and if there are names in it, we take it further by inviting those people whom you have mentioned in your testimony. So really, Chair, we can't allow to be subjected to gossips. We have no time for gossiping here. We want to deal with real evidence. She must tender real evidence. And if she has nothing to say, she must keep quiet. Thank you very much.
Honorable Matthews.
Thank you, Chair. We asked Professor Mary to be here based on the testimony of the minister. And most of his statement, he submitted the whole report, so her complaint letter. So she's here because a minister told us that one of his decisions on making, or his main decision on why the PKTT was disbanded was because of a complaint that was sent by Professor Mary. So I think that is one of the main reasons that we must have in the fore of our heads on why Professor Mary is here before us. The second issue, Prof, I think you have to also appreciate there's a difference between anthropology, ethics, and also what we are doing here. It's justice. So while we understand, you'd rather not tell us a story if we are not going to have names that are going to be attached. And you can't talk while I'm talking. So let's just take a chill pill a little bit. And it's fine if you don't want to give names. We do understand we are in a very hostile environment and people are being killed. We'd rather not hear the story because it makes us difficult for us to do our jobs as members of parliament. And you can't also roll your eyes while we are talking. We need you, or maybe we must be told, how do we process information on so-and-so said this, there's someone lying in prison, I can't tell names. How do we process it? Maybe that's something that we can do, or you need to tell us, because we are here, we need facts, we need to process information. As my colleague said, there are witnesses that we need to come. We'd rather not hear the story if we are not able to verify that information, because as members of parliament, we are here to execute justice, we are here to do an inquiry. So we need that. If you cannot tell us, give us a name, don't tell us the story. And I'm asking that we do that. And maybe we should also just, just try to wrap up. And I mean, I do appreciate that people can be killed and we're going through a very hostile time, but we also can't just listen to stories and there's no way of us being able to verify that information. Thank you.
Honorable Sols.
Chair, I would just urge us as a committee to maintain equal and fair treatment to all witnesses. The terms of reference doesn't say if you don't give names, you must not tell the story. It gives an option to share a name in camera. You can share it in an enclosed setting. So let's treat all witnesses the same. If may I finish? So what I'm saying, Chair, is...
Honorable Sols, with due respect, let's take the point of order. I will come back to you.
Thank you, Chair. On a point of order, Honorable Sols always does this. So now he's trying to say that we are treating witnesses unfairly. No one said that the witness cannot do in camera. So why doesn't he just come here and say, if the witness cannot say names, she must say it in camera. It's simple like that. Don't come here and always undermine us. And it's so unnecessary. And you hold us back here in the committee because you are unnecessary, Honorable Sols. Just say, let the minister, let the witness do it in camera. There's no problem. Don't throw shade at us and say we're treating witnesses unfairly. It's unnecessary. You are always doing this in the committee and you hold us back as a committee of trying to be progressive. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I will rule on that later. May you conclude your point, Honorable Sols.
Thank you, Chair. I was merely responding to what was stated. The statement that was made was, if you're not going to give names, then don't tell the story. I'm saying we shouldn't do that. We should say, here's the options. We require names. You have the option, if you want to protect your sources, you can, in terms of our terms of reference, say it in an enclosed manner in camera. And then the other names that you can state publicly, you can state it here. That's all I'm saying, Chair. Let us state it in that way. Let's not tell witnesses if you don't want to say names, then don't tell us the story. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let me do this, honorable members. First of all, let me address you as honorable members. And then the next will be to talk to Professor Haas. Honorable Souls, you would remember that in the last proceedings, the second last proceedings, when we listened to Advocate Batoy, we had a similar arrangement where we agreed that if there were names that were to be mentioned, we will arrange an in-camera session where where that information will be provided to the committee. And you are very right when you say we must be consistent. And secondly, I want to request Honorable Matthews to attack the facts and not the person. If there is something that Honorable Souls says, let's address ourselves to the facts that he presents or the view that he propagates than to attack him as a person. Because once you say this is what he always does, I think it's ad hominem. You are now, you know, there is this, there was one coach who had a philosophy in football that if you can't dispossess the opponent, you must make sure that there is no procession. The ball must not move forward, and the opponent must also not succeed to move forward. So you must destroy both. So I think I will not agree with the point of order that you have raised, Honorable Matthews. And then Dr. Haas, when I listen to these members and when I look at you, I can see that you are a citizen of an advanced age. And then these members are saying to you that they want to respect you as a senior citizen in this country. And there is no there is no intention on their part to be seen disrespecting you or harassing you in recognition of your social status in society and their socialization from where they come from. They come from communities where they have been taught to respect elders. And it will be an ugly spectacle before the eyes of the people of South Africa if you were to be, or all of us here were to be seen on television with a senior citizen like yourself. And the message that may go out there is that those young members of parliament are uncultured. They don't know how to conduct themselves towards the senior citizens of this country. And there may even be an association or any interest group or any citizen acting on behalf of the interest of the elderly, who may end up writing to us and say, you invited Dr. Haas to Parliament, but we don't think that the manner in which you treated her accords a citizen of that social status. So we're cognizant of all that. And we also want to very much admire you for your academic accomplishments. The least we request from you is to go back to the oath that we administered this morning to say, and very respectfully so, if there is any question that is put to you, try your utmost best to respond to it satisfactorily. And that is why sometimes if you observe sitting where I'm sitting, I always check with the members if they are satisfied after asking a question or a follow-up. So where it may be difficult for you to mention a name, you can say, Chairperson, let me, and especially when the day is still so young like this, because if we need to have in-camera proceedings, we must make an application because Parliament is for the people. You don't just decide now and say, after this meeting, we will have a meeting in camera. If there are names, something that you may have to do upfront and say, in my statement, there is some confidential information that I would gladly like to share with you. But it may not be possible for me to publicly say it in the following paragraphs. So at the end of this proceedings, Chair, you can please favor me with at least 5 or 10 minutes, and I can disclose those details to you. Yeah, I think I have tried to say it in a manner that that brokers peace, in a manner that helps these proceedings to move forward. I'm always saying that when we conduct ourselves, we must not be worried about the technicalities of our arguments and our presentations. What the people of South Africa want to see is the wisdom behind our actions and the statements that we make. Thank you so much. May you please respond to the questions that honorable members have asked.
Certainly. And I mean, there's very few names I haven't mentioned. I mean, when they're names of police, I can't mention them because they will be persecuted and lose their jobs. They may lose their lives. Let me explain. And it's one of the reasons why I am outraged that we should have a team that focus on a few dozen people that may or may not have been killed for political reasons. I sit in a province, I myself have found myself under surveillance. I have just had to debug my phone without a court order. The phone, my calls were all getting diverted. I have to watch every move I make because I've made a lot of enemies. This is me. And I don't care about my age. I mean, thank you very much. I appreciate that, Mr. Honourable Chair. It's very nice of you. I'm used to robust debates. I really don't mind. But I also need to explain, I see dreadful stuff all the time, not just for politicians. I see people dying and the police doing nothing. And yet we're spending this money on this team. I think it's outrageous, quite frankly, when ordinary people can't get justice, they want closure, they don't get it. I'm speaking here for poor people. You don't even hear about them being killed. They're killed all the time in rural areas. They're trying to defend their land, for example. No one's paying attention and doing anything special for them. Why are we doing something special for politicians? Okay, I've had my say about that. It's in my my affidavit that this is one of the reasons I think, why on earth should we now focus on politicians? I mean, there's relatively few people whose names I have not mentioned. I mean, I didn't mention the name of the person I passed the information to, the policeman, because I can't do it without checking if that's okay. But there's another reason here. I mean, it doesn't interfere much with all these people I'm talking about. I mean, I've spoken to them personally, and they also want to go to the Madlanga Commission. They want to go and tell their stories to the Madlanga. This brings me, before I was contacted by Parliament, when the Madlanga Commission was set up, they reached out to me. The Commission reached out to me. I have sent a great deal of information to the Commission. The Commission will contact me through its investigators when they're finished with the process in place now, with Madlanga or whatever else. Okay, they have a team headed by a forensic person. And those are the people that will do the investigations. I appreciate what Parliament is doing. As I said, I've been trying to ask Parliament this for years, to follow up on the complaints about policing and about even the task team. So I appreciate this move. I appreciate your asking me, but if you had said to me, we're going to insist, you must remember, I mean, even I know, I'm not a lawyer, but even I know that you have the right to remain silent in court, even if you're an accused. I assume I'm not being accused. So I cannot, this is built into me. It's required by an International Association of Human Rights Defenders that I'm affiliated with, Frontline Defenders. You take every step to protect anyone who's vulnerable. And people who give me information that might lose their jobs or their lives by my giving a name are vulnerable. So I would just have to say thank you very much, but I cannot carry on, because don't forget that at this stage we have the Madlanga Commission with specialist investigators. They can check out whether what I'm saying, they can talk to people firsthand. And as I've said to you, people are dying to talk to the Madlanga Commission when they get as far as looking at the task team. So as I said, I came here because I was invited and I thought it was the right thing to do. I gave the answer to this question and saying, I can't tell you the name of the person who wanted to contact Mqunu, because I was asked to give any information I had, which I have done truthfully, about my contact with Mqunu, with Cedric Ngabende, with Sabia, and with, I was asked specifically by Parliament to give this information, and with Advocate Pakole. And that's the only reason I've done it. I was trying to please Parliament by giving them the information you want. And honestly, honourables, everybody, I appreciate the fact that you are trying to deal with this, and I don't want to diminish my support and my pleasure that you have taken this initiative. But I cannot give names, and they're not relevant, because what I'm saying here is that it's not just, in this case, it was one policeman that I must protect. In the other cases, these are different people who said things to me independently themselves. It's not just whatever's in a WhatsApp. That's my clarification, and I just want to make it perfectly clear. With the investigations by Madlanga Commission, I cannot reveal some of the information now. I mean, I haven't told you about what I've said to the Inspector General of Intelligence, which supports some of the allegations against people who've been charged, like Khumalo. So, I mean, there's also that. You can't let information out in the public. Well, it's still got to be investigated by people who are trained to investigate, like the people I'm told are with the Madlanga Commission. Sorry, I hope everybody will, and if you don't like what I'm saying because I'm not giving you all the names, then I'm afraid I just can't carry on. I'm sorry about it. I mean, even in court, you have the right to remain silent. And I'm doing it only for ethical reasons. I live in a very violent province. I hardly move myself now because I could get killed. So I have to take every step to protect people.
Yeah, no, very respectfully, let me check with you. What are the names that you are willing to give, and what are the names that you are not willing to give?
I'm only giving names that are on public record. I mean, the people I'm talking about are paid by taxpayers. They're police. They're prosecutors. That's public information. It's all in my letters. The only information I'm not prepared to give, and I'm quite honest to say, and I've said it because I was specifically asked about intelligence. These are all allegations. I've heard them in some cases firsthand, not from whatever comes out of WhatsApp. I've heard them firsthand from people I know, but who have given it to me because they know I won't reveal their information. There's very few, I mean, you're not in a position, I mean, this has got to be investigated because they're allegations. So there are very few names I can't, I mean, like this policeman, I could not repeat his name, the one that said he had the information, he would be at risk. So it's not like there's a lot of names in there that I'm not revealing. I'm saying I've spoken to people, all these people I wrote about in the cases, I've spoken to them personally. I mean, I followed up on my first letter. I spoke to the two lawyers in Cape Town. Their approaches were also in the minister's affidavit. I've spoken to the policemen and their lawyers. I've spoken to the lawyers.
Let's move to the next question. Are you, because your first answer is that there are names that you can reveal because these people are public office bearers. You can always reveal those names.
Yes.
And are there names that you will be prepared to reveal in camera?
No, because they are still subject to the Madlonga Commission inquiry and they have investigators, specialized investigators, I'm told. This is what I try to get done on. I just want them to get into the hands of the right police, the right investigators, the right prosecutors. I'm not in a position to follow up. I say they're allegations.
So where you base your evidence, or where you have made statements in your written submission to us based on the information that you got from the sources that you are not prepared to mention.
Yeah, and there aren't many of them. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Is it your submission that the committee must not consider that information because it's not substantiated? Because one, you say that even if we arrange in camera session, you will still not disclose the names, or you may decide to exercise your right to silence. So now what we want to know from you is, you have deposed a statement here with us. Let's say there is a paragraph where you depose evidence that is based on the information you got from Soviet. Then you say, no, I cannot give you the name of Soviet. How does the committee proceed with such evidence? Because if the committee may want to invite Soviet here to come as a witness to come and corroborate the evidence that you have provided here. So it means that evidence must fall off because it's unsubstantiated. Is that how we must understand that?
There's not, can I just explain here? Most of what I'm saying is firsthand to me. It's hearsay to you. It's all hearsay to you. Speaking to policemen, speaking to people who've told me about torture, speaking to people who've been charged by the task team, letter after letter to the DPP. It's all on record stuff.
Yes, but what we are saying here, we are probing allegations.
Yeah.
And when you are appearing before us, remember, you are appearing before us as a as a key witness. In fact, if we were to speak in terms of motions, if we were to speak in terms of motions, we were going to say that you are a trigger. Because everybody who came here before us, starting with General Mkwanas, the minister himself, and former Minister Tele, all of them say there is this letter which was written by Dr. Mary Haas. And when you read this letter that is written by yourself, you say on paragraph 1.1 that, Minister, I request you that you instruct the National Commissioner of the South African Police Services to immediately disband the irregularly constituted, unnecessary and wasteful political killings task team and send its investigators back to the detective units established provincially and nationally in terms of SAPS legislation. And this is the letter that you wrote on the 31st of October, 2024. And all the activities or all the developments that followed are the ones that put us where we are today. You get it?
Yes.
So the committee is saying to you that Dr. De Haas, before you wrote this letter, there must have been some information that you gathered which make you to arrive at this conclusion that I am now at the pinnacle. I am now at the point where I must write a letter to the minister because maybe the information that I have with me is so overwhelming that I can no longer keep it to myself. Somebody has to know it. And the first person that came to your mind was the minister that you had to write to. And so now Parliament then, after the decision that you requested must be made, that decision has been made, then Parliament appoints a committee to investigate the circumstances surrounding the dissolution of this PKTT and the alleged corrupt activities. So I just want you to appreciate the motions that get that momentum after you wrote the letter. You get it?
I do.
And so now members of Parliament are conducting an investigation. They have invited you. And members of Parliament say, in our engagement with you, we want to restrain ourselves. We don't want to be seen appearing in a way that does not resonate with the decorum of this house. We don't want to be seen as if we are belligerent. You get it? We want to have a conversation with you and help us to give us information that made you to arrive at a decision like this. If there is anybody who gave you information, you say, this is the information that I gathered. There is a Soviet who helped me to compile this information, but I'm not in a position to publicly mention a name like that one. You get it? So maybe before you respond, because I'm not perfect, I may want to check with honorable members if what I said represents their views. So I'm going to rotate them one by one and hear whether what I'm conveying to you is what they want it to be. Can I start? Honorable Ngolo.
Yes, Chair, indeed, what you have said represents the views of the committee. Thank
Do
you.
you have any addition that you want to make to the attention of Dr. Haas?
Chair, she does not really help because she was given two options. That if there is an information that she believes is too confidential, that an arrangement can be done to allow her to give us in an in-camera setting. But she continues saying, I'm not going to give names publicly, but I think she does not give her response whether or not she can be able to give us those names in an in-camera arrangement, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say when I raised my hand, I was disturbed by Dr. Haas, because apparently for her, Madlanga Commission takes precedent over us. It's been mentioned many times. Madlanga Commission that, which is unfortunate. Hence, we said in this committee, we are not accountable to Madlanga Commission. Madlanga Commission is a separate. It's separate from what we are doing as parliamentarians. Parliamentarians here, there's accountability here. You know, whatever happens there is the president prerogative to have the Madlanga Commission established. Everyone, when I mean the executive accounts here, there's a separation of power. And I know the doctor knows that. You know, I'm a bit traumatized about Madlanga Commission, every almost a sentence you made now. That those witnesses would perhaps go to Madlanga Commission. They are allowed to go there. But hence the chair is asking you whether are you willing to do it on camera for us to proceed with this investigation as parliamentarians we are doing to every witness who appeared before us. We are not undermining you. But remember, we are probing. We want to know the truth. You know, we are not a subsidiary to a Madlanga Commission. We are a stand-up committee, as an ad-hoc committee here. We need to take this to Parliament, which is an ultimate in this country. We are lawmakers. And we heard you, you know, your statement is before us, you know, but hence we want to have a bite on it, to know the truth. There's no ulterior motives against you or anyone or any other witness here. We don't have a hidden agenda. We just want the truth. But if we can't now have the names, it's fine. You must just say that you are not willing. Perhaps we'll adjourn as a committee and take a decision. How are we going to go forward? You know, we do as a witness. But with due respect, there's nothing against you as a person. We just read your statement, and your statement speaks for itself. Thank you, Chair.
Do we still have any member from the MKP who wants to?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Chair, we've been partly covered by what Honorable Skosana has said. But Chair, what we have noted here is the highest level of arrogance of high note. And there is an attempt to reduce the credibility of this committee as if we're a subordinate of a certain commission of inquiry.
Chair, apologies, Honorable Mfalo. Chair, can you again talk to the witness to stop making gestures when members are submitting?
Yeah,
Point.
listen, let's allow Honorable Nomvalo to conclude. We will come back to you to make that point.
Chair, the first witness that appeared before this committee is General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. He mentioned the name of a witness before us in his affidavit under oath. And even when he was here, he elaborated on why he mentioned her name. The name was also mentioned by the Minister of Police, Minister Senzo Mkhulu, under oath, openly so. And she comes here, she's not a police officer. She has no right to protect informants because it's only police officers with that right to protect informants. She's just an ordinary person with passion of having views on police work. We respect that. But she must not come here and undermine Parliament. This is Parliament, and this is a committee that has been tasked. We're not just doing a normal oversight responsibility here. We're doing an investigation. This is not a portfolio committee. It's an ad hoc committee with specific terms of reference. And at the center of those terms of reference is conducting an investigation on issues that are affecting SAPS. And she comes here, she tells us about investigators, qualified investigators, who are going to investigate issues in the Madlanga Commission. As if here, by virtue of being members of Parliament, we are not qualified to listen to what those investigators can listen to. So what I see here, Chair, is the highest level of arrogance and lack of cooperation. The witness cannot choose what she can tell us. It was going to be understandable if she was saying, Chair, I am not comfortable with disclosing names here on camera. Can we disclose them when cameras have been switched off? That will be understanding. Now saying, ridiculing the credibility of this committee by saying no, because I'm still here to appear in the Madlanga Commission. What is that? Madlanga Commission is not bigger than Parliament. It's an executive decision through the President of South Africa. This committee, the ad hoc committee, is a decision of Parliament. So, Chair, can we not be undermined here, please? Can we not be undermined? There are three options that we have correctly put here. It's either she gives us names here, if she doesn't, off camera. And if she doesn't want to give us names at all, she must not accuse evidence with names which are not disclosed, which are not going to be disclosed. She must just keep quiet and not say that I was told by so-and-so. She must not even go there because we will probe her further. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Ngola.
No, Chair, I was saying I've noticed, which I think Honorable Mateus noticed as well, and it continues unabated. The witness, every time a member is submitting, whatever the member is submitting, the witness is making unnecessary gestures. Can you plead with the witness to refrain from that conduct? It's not allowed. Thank you.
Okay, let's move to the DA, Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we invited Dr. De Haas here, knowing what her evidence would be, more or less. We've heard people refer to what she would talk about, and we know what her background is. We know that she's a researcher. We know that she's an anthropologist. We know that she's a sociologist, and that she has a certain protocol to which she must adhere. And she's told us about that protocol, that she has an ethical standard by which she is bound. If you're doing research as an academic, Chair, you rely on a network of let's call them informers for want of a better word. As soon as you start naming those people publicly, you'll never have another word from them. She'll be unable to conduct her research. She'll be unable to do her job. She'll be unable to make the contribution that she's making. And it's no different to any of the other witnesses, Chair. We've had many witnesses, and all of their evidence has, well, 90% of the evidence has been hearsay. Nobody has led any evidence before this committee. No one's produced any evidence. We've had a lot of information. Any one of us who thinks that we've heard evidence is deluded. So I don't see what the fuss is about this particular witness. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Cameron. Honorable Okan. Honorable Matthews.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We aligned with you. I think it's just important that there should be a reminder to our witness that this is Parliament. We are Parliament of the people. The difference between the Commission and this ad hoc committee, Prof, is that whatever our findings are here and also what our recommendations are, it's binding. So partly your approach to us and your response to us, I agree that it has been a touch of arrogance there that you may as well pack up and go, and also mentioning the Commission more times than is necessary, and their investigation, etc. And perhaps for the sake of progress, I think we must just get where there are no names that have been mentioned, because I might even tend to agree that it's not tremendously consequential to our investigation on the names that are not mentioned, and we might be going around in circles on something that might not be of grave consequences to the committee. So I think let's get that out of the way, and maybe our evidence leaders can work that out. But I do think it also just set a precedence, Chair, that when we have witnesses here, that they just be conscious, even when we take their statements, if there's information that they feel that is going to jeopardize other people, that it's noted in their statement, and that we have an approach rather than us coming here and then we have to deal with, I can't mention names, etc. It does make our work a little bit more difficult. But yeah, I think we can move in that regard. That's our submission. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Source.
Chair, we have indulged the witness. We've tried to be fair. You took time to explain our position. We explained that the witness would have an opportunity to share the names with us for our purposes of probing the allegations in an enclosed session. We were fair. I was very disappointed by the response of the witness thereafter. And I take strong exception to hear Dr. Haas say that if we don't want to, she can leave. Now, it's wrong. It feels like Dr. Haas is talking down on all of us. We are a legitimate structure. We are a legal structure. And Dr. Haas has been invited because allegations has been made. We have granted a platform for her to have a right of reply to these allegations and clear it up. Instead of returning the courtesy, we are being spoken down on. And I also want Dr. Haas to know that even though you were invited on this occasion, and you feel you have the option to decide whether you want to testify or not, Section 56 of our Constitution also empowers the National Assembly and by extension ad-hoc committees like ourselves to summons you. And when we summons you, you have no option to opt out except for 2 exceptions, which I'm sure you know. So please do not come across as you are looking down at us and speak with such arrogance. You can just back up and go, that I take strong exception to. And I want you to be clear that we are not some tuck shop somewhere. We are a legitimate legal institution with power. We are constitutionally empowered to do what we do. So I implore you to show the same courtesy, help us in our effort. If you refuse and you want to go, we will then use our power to summons you back here if we feel that there is information that we want to oblige you to give to us. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable James.
Yeah, I think I'm covered by the former speakers. I actually don't believe that the people that Dr. Haas is protecting would add any value to what we're doing today. I think, if anything, we more want to know what prompted her, what prompted that writing of that letter and sort of trying to persuade the minister to disband the PKTT. I think, if anything, that was the focus. It makes it very hard to even prompt her further. She said what she's wanted to say. She's not going to speak. She's not going to share names. And I think the fact that she's a senior citizen today makes it very difficult for me and where I come from and my upbringing. You know, she's obviously has a made-up mind, and we're going to leave it at that. I think, if anything here today, what she has revealed is the poor leadership within our minister. Because in his testimony, one of the things, the driving factors that led him into authoring that letter was Dr. Mary de Haas. So it would have been interesting today for us to hear from her who are those people that was poking and prompting and the whys, but she's not able to tell us that. The focus today is her input towards the minister disbanding the PKTT. She's not willing to tell us, in or off camera. She's made it clear. Where do we go further? Thank you, Chair.
Yes, sir.
Chair, we, our colleague, Advocate Sikalala, just reminded me that we did caution in advance that calling Dr. de Haas would create this kind of problem, in inverted commas, because much of her evidence or the information that she's sharing with the committee is based on a network of information that she receives, much from third parties and other sources, and is not direct evidence. And what she has now mentioned, where she has refused to disclose the name, is just such an example. I would be inclined, like we did the other evening, to request for the informant or the person to be disclosed to us in confidence, in camera. I would request that, but I also do. One also has to have respect for her as an academic. There are certain fundamental tools of the trade, as it were, of a profession that academics use at university and other places of learning to bring knowledge to us is sometimes based on information that they ethically cannot disclose. So I'm sympathetic to that kind of approach also, Chair. But I don't have a definitive answer other than to request that we go in camera, go into and for her to disclose the name. And I think Honourable Member Matthys is perhaps right to say, well, it could be much ado about nothing. When we hear the name, it may not add much, if anything, to our further deliberations. But we won't know that until we hear from Dr. Haas.
Yeah.
I think also the reference to Matlanga is, I think we need to also bear in mind that I think what Dr. Haas, and she can speak for herself, is that because Matlanga is a team of investigators, it's quite possible that they could find who the person is through their reach and their investigations, which will absolve Dr. Haas from taking that moral responsibility of disclosing the name. We don't have that luxury, unfortunately, Chair.
I'm not taking further hands, honourable members, because I want us to break. I hear the points that honourable members are making here. The point of academic networks, there is nobody who can ignore it. It would have been very good if you say it yourself, Prof. To say, I'm a person who does research, and in this field, there are certain codes that we subscribe to. Whatever method that you use, you need to get consent. And that is why there are so many other research techniques that a person can use, because you may not want to reveal the identity of the sources that help you in your research. But it's when we ask you to say, are you saying that even in camera, if we were going to request you to disclose the sources, you say not even in camera, and then it ends there. You would have assisted us if you say, look here, Chairperson, this is the kind of the work that I do. And I have promised the networks that I consulted that this information remains confidential between us. And I may not be able to disclose it to anybody because it may put your lives in danger. Or even yourself, your life can also be in danger. That is acceptable. And we have always said it here that we are reasonable human beings. And even the application and administration of the law is done in a reasonable manner. Because the law is made to serve human beings. It's not meant to strangulate. And I think that is a fair point, but you should have said it yourself here. It must not be Honorable Bradenbach or Honorable Matthys or the SC speaking for you. It must be said by you, and we will reasonably take it. But secondly, I want to restate it here that it is our utmost intention, and this is what we want to do manifestly here as the committee, that we want to be manifestly seen out there respecting you as a senior citizen of this country. And that one we are unflinching about. We want to show you our utmost respect. And we also want you to feel the same warmth and comfort that you feel at your home. You must feel it here. When you have a conversation with us, you must be having a conversation with your children or with your grandchildren. You must be seen guiding them. You must be seen exposing them to the things that ordinarily they may not know in their lives. That is the kind of the atmosphere that must pervade our engagements here, and that is an atmosphere that will help us to move forward. So there must never be at any stage where you feel irritated by honorable members, where you feel offended. They are doing their work. They want to probe the allegations that have been made. And like I've said here, nobody has said it here. It was said by me as the chair that you have been a trigger that put in motion a series of events that at the ultimate was a letter that was written by the minister. And some of the words that are used in your letter are the words that were used in the letter the minister wrote to the police commissioner. You see? Not all of them. I saw one word immediately. Is one word that has featured very prominently in these hearings. It's used in the letter which you wrote in October and the letter which was written by the minister on the 31st of December. So that is why it's very, very critical, Dr. Haas, that, and look, where I'm sitting, I'm not convinced that we have reached a stage where we will say no, or either of us will say you take it or you leave it. We haven't reached that stage. And we can't even reach that stage with a person of your quality, a senior citizen, an accomplished academic. Sitting here, we can't reach a stage where we say, look, you either take it or you leave it. We can't do those things. No. And I will emphasize it. It must never be the technicality of the statements that we make. It must never be about the techniques of our arguments. What we want to see being foregrounded here is the wisdom that makes this country to move forward. That's exactly what we want to see. So, honorable members, before we break, let me get the commitment of Dr. De Haas that when we come back, we are going to move forward and she will try her best to cooperate with the committee and give the answers to the best of her ability. Dr. De Haas.
Thank you. I just need to explain a few things, and I'm really sorry if it seemed arrogant, but the point is I thought that I'd explain my ethical position. And I mean, among other things, I mean, I am still a registered social worker. I mean, I could be, and not that it would really matter, but I mean, strictly speaking, would be the end of a profession if I had betrayed someone's confidence, put it that way. But what I'm a bit puzzled, and I really don't take exception to any of the criticisms, I'm used to it. This is what academic conferences are about. In fact, they get even more insulting. And this is a very staid, I appreciate the comments. I'm sorry if it was seen as arrogance. It was really my irritation for not understanding that I cannot betray people's confidence. Perhaps I didn't explain it well enough. Okay, but I'm not sure what all this thing about names is, because I mean, it came up in connection with my contact now with the minister. And that is a police member whose name I could not reveal, because it would endanger, if not his life, his job. Okay. But most of what I've written here is already on record with Parliament. I'm referring to my earlier attempts 4 years ago to different committees to say there's a problem with crime intelligence. Can you get the ministers in, especially with the police? I mean, when I read this letter to the minister, I thought, well, he'll never respond. I copy it to Parliament. I never even got a formal acknowledgement from the committee. I sent it as a formal complaint. So what I'm saying is I'm delighted that Parliament is now in a state where it is actually trying to address these issues. And my reference to the Madlanga Commission, I see as a completely separate issue, because all I'm saying is they actually have a luxury you don't have. They've got forensic investigators. So, I mean, the issues I brought up are almost all on record. I don't know what names you're talking about. I mentioned the name of a policeman. Now, I did that. And I was just going to focus on the whole thing about the task team. I was asked, when I was asked to give evidence, I was asked to comment about my contact with the minister, which I've done fully. And that is how it came up that there was one person who gave me information I needed to pass on. And it's neither here nor there, because it's got nothing to do with that I'd written personally before, because the information I send to Parliament, I send it to the police. I send it to Parliament because the police don't respond. I am saying, this is what people are telling me.
Yeah, Prof.
Can you investigate?
Doctor,
that's my position.
Yeah, Dr. Haas, respectfully, so let's do this. When we come back, then during the proceedings where you are required to mention your source, you can say, this one I can mention because it's a public office bearer. It's public knowledge. Number two, Chairperson, here, this information is still raw and may be a subject of investigation. I may not be able to say it because I don't know the extent to which it can jeopardize the investigations. That is fair.
Yeah.
You get it?
Yes.
If you have been informed by somebody and the information is so sensitive that you can't be excited about it, you say, look, this is a raw information. I can't be able to mention it here because it may be under investigation, or now investigations are underway as we speak. Number three, this one is part of my field of research. This is where the information was drawn. And I have made a commitment to the participants in my research that this stays confidential. I think everybody knows it. That, like I explained, that you can use different assembly methods in a research, or you can identify your participants. But you can't go out. Like now, if somebody does a research about the PKTT, it's a very, very sensitive terrain. And then you go there, you meet people, they give you information, you come and produce a document. But you can't mention where you got those things because it's unethical, it's unprofessional within the academic circles. So we will want you to say those things where you feel you have comfort to give us the names. And here I'm uncomfortable. I may not give us those names for the following. You know, I think how the members understood it is when you just say it bluntly without any explanation or substantiation to say the reason why, even if we go in camera, I can't give you the information is for the following reasons. You get it? I mean, if I have to remind you, at some point you even said, I can exercise my right to silence. And for sure, I assume that is what could have offended the members. You could, look, at your age, you could have gathered some euphemism to say it in such a way that your juniors, they keep on following you without any qualms. Is it very clear? Is it clear to you?
Even so,
Did you hear me?
I didn't hear the last sentence you said.
Yeah, no, I'm saying at your age,
Yeah.
you could always find better ways. You know, older persons in society, they always have this delicate ways to process fragile and sensitive matters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you do that?
Well, my problem is that I'm still very much in academic circles and I haven't really changed very much over the ages. So maybe that's the problem I'm having. But I mean, I do want to distinguish, though, between what I think Parliament can do, and I'm very happy it's doing. And I really want to emphasize, I was not going to give evidence about intelligence because it is all allegations. I have personally spoken to operatives, so some of it is firsthand to me.
Yeah.
But everything else is on record.
Yeah, no, but to conclude on this point before we break, you and I are now making a commitment in these proceedings that when we come back, we are going to see the delicate ways that you use to process fragile and sensitive matters. That is the commitment we are getting from you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So where I put it, I guess.
Yeah. Honorable members, it's almost 14 hours now. May we please break and come back at 15 hours. It's almost 14 hours now. You'll come back at 15 hours. No, 15 hours. I want you to refresh. Yeah.
Sorry, I thought I really thought I'd explained it by explaining it.
You see, you. SC, are we back? Are we back, SC?
Yes, Chair.
Prof, Doctor. Dr. De Haas. Are we ready to rock and roll?
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay. Yeah. Your seat is here. Your seat is here, Chief Whip. That's where your seat is.
How much?
No, there is no problem if you want to sit at the back. Yeah. Because Chief Whip, as the Chief Whip of the majority party in Parliament, as the Chief Whip of the majority party in Parliament, when you go to any committee meeting, you remain the Chief Whip. Yeah. There is at no stage that you are not the Chief Whip. Yeah. I want us to proceed. Yeah, I'm handing over back to you.
Jay, are you still busy with Dr. Das on the last issue?
No, we're done on that issue. She made a commitment that when we come back from the break,
Lunch. Yeah.
we can tap from her wisdom, and I see you also want to compliment her.
You asking her?
I have asked her, and she committed that we are going to tap from her wisdom. So now, were you done with your questions, or you still want to lead evidence?
Me, as a,
No, I mean the SC.
yeah, the advocate.
Well, apart from the other issue that we had about naming
the witnesses,
a witness,
I mean, the sources.
I did have a few more questions.
You still had few questions.
Yes, Chair.
How long does it take you to conclude those questions?
Well, it always depends also on the witness, but it shouldn't be longer than 20 minutes, half an hour.
Okay. Do you hear what the SC is saying, honorable members? The SC says in round about 20 minutes, he may be concluding leading evidence. So I want to request you to start reading yourself, because once he concludes, we may not have time to break. So if you can start preparing yourself so that once we reach that stage, you are ready to ask questions. SC, you will tell me when you are done. And I'm going to request members not to interrupt the SC because it's only 20 to 30 minutes. Thank you. I'm not going to take any point of clarity between now and the conclusion of evidence. Thank you.
Thank you. May I proceed, Honorable Chair? Thank you, Honorable Members. Just Dr. Rasa, just to recap, the reasons that you mentioned in your statement why the PKTT should be disestablished, and in fact you say should have been disestablished a while ago. you referred to at 17.1, where of your statement on page 11, it was completely unnecessary to establish the PKTT as our KZN provincial team had already made important breakthroughs in high-profile political cases. At 17.2, you referred to the structure of the PKTT, which you say is completely irregular. I make this point as I've been working with task teams which have always been set up with clear structures of command and oversight and of limited duration. At 17.3 on page 13, nor is there any good reason whatsoever for a team of detectives to focus on you put political killings in inverted commas. And this is, I asked you this earlier, they have never defined what exactly they mean by this term. And they are known to have taken dockets for which they have no mandate, such as those involving cases of alleged fraud and or gross municipal corruption, which is the mandate of the Hawks, the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, as per the SAPS Act. Lastly, it's the costs is prohibitive. And those reasons, Dr. Das, they correspond also more or less with the reasons given to us by Minister Nkunu when he gave his evidence. So just a brief comment on any of them or all of them.
Only to say that I hadn't even, I skimmed through Minister Nkunu's affidavit. I skimmed through and I was particularly interested in the appendixes, the annexures, which actually have breakdowns of where they claim their successes. That was my main focus thus far. I haven't finished with it yet, but that's as far as I got. So when I put this together, it was entirely my own experience gave rise to these reasons. Particularly, I mean, one of the may or may not have got into an annexure is the stunning successes of our provincial team dealing with the carnage in Glebeland's hostel, which carried on because there's been other massacres since. So, and the fact that a lot of what they claim, I know they claim as successes, were actually on virtually the evidence that was ready for prosecution was done by the provincial members who'd been, even as clearly admits, seconded to the team. That's the main thing. So, and the prohibitive expense. I mean, quite apart from all the systemic abuses, because I mean, it's true that the police do that a lot, but this is almost a modus operandi for them. This illegal seizure of phones and no regard. So yeah, I can confirm all that as my own deductions. Yeah.
Okay. Then just moving on to the prosecutor's name that you mentioned throughout, Kaba.
Yes.
You've also lodged complaints about Advocate Kaba to the National Director of Public Prosecutions.
Indeed, because lots of people, including in statements and affidavits I was sent from Gauteng about a case he's dealing with there, the Crusher case in particular. But there's a lot of affidavits there. I've spoken to 2 senior police members who say, well, he was going to be under investigation. One, I'll quote the words because you're wanting names. No, I can't quote the names of the policemen. May I explain that when I don't quote names, it's only for those reasons that, especially, I may open them up to adverse actions, as in the form of losing a job or losing their lives. And most of them are the policemen. The people whose names I don't give you are police members. So I'd just like to make that clear on record. They told me this, and they claimed that Kaba was advised to leave Gauteng, where the spotlight was getting to be on him, and come to this province. What we do know is that when he got here, Despite these allegations, he was promoted to senior public prosecutor by Mrs. Harrison. I won't go into the problems I've had with Mrs. Harrison before. So what I did last year, another policeman told me that Mr. Garber's got very powerful protection. He said, I'm trying to investigate him, but I can't let on because someone will sabotage it. These are policemen. I want to again explain, as the Honourable Chair asked me to do, that the only reason I'm not doing this is that I could not betray their trust in me. They tell me because I know that they would suffer adverse consequences if they did. That's the only reason. And I think it's policemen because, again, I mean, when the conversation came up, and please understand, I don't mind what you say about me, and I don't mind the challenges you throw out. I'm sorry if I seemed arrogant about it, but I think I was just kind of saying, no, I just can't carry on if I have to reveal names that I've given my word not to remain. Anyway, but I appreciate the work you're doing. And I also want to say, I believe that you can do some things as Parliament, especially when all the stuff's on record and you could call for an audit, for example. You can do things that you don't have those resources and investigative capacity. That's the only reason I brought the Commission into it, because you don't want to put stuff on record so that they can cover up before anyone in the Commission gets to investigate it. Okay. And mainly police people. So I wrote, when it was clear that one complaint after the other was coming to me from Kaba, and I must mention here there's an affidavit which may or may not be there, but it's become quite a famous affidavit in the media. It is the man who pulled the trigger on Sindisa Magaka. He's called Nglengwa. Nglengwa was one of the original arrests, and the original investigations was done by the provincial team. Nglengwa, in his affidavit, says the prosecutor who took the case initially agreed that he could be a state witness. But that prosecutor, who I know to be a good prosecutor in the provincial office, was withdrawn, and Mr. Garber came in and he stopped it. The hitman, Nglengwa, has been chomping at the bits to make a confession for the last 5 years, I think, 6 years. And a little group of people put some money together for him to get an advocate to help him, because nobody was helping him, not his lawyers, not the prosecutor. And that is the confession is the result of that, where it specifically names Garber as obstructing justice when he wanted to confess, right? And somebody else has made an affidavit. Mr. Pillay has made an affidavit that I should have attached there also to say, and he had witnesses, because they were in the office when this happened, of one of the prosecutors, that Garber was trying to get him to force his death. Okay, I've been getting all this since late last year. I wrote to the National Director of Public Prosecutions, which I've done with other cases, to contest. And I said, please, can you please send in an independent senior prosecutor or other advocate just to check all those dockets. These are the allegations. I started off very politely. I said, this is not fair on Mr. Garber that he gets all these allegations. He should be able to clear his name if it can be cleared. And if not, we should know. Okay. I just got the replies back all the time. First reply was, Mrs. Harrison will check. I said, but Mrs. Harrison is the very person who appointed him to senior public prosecutor. How can we call her independent? I'm asking you to bring in somebody senior from another province. To this day, they won't do it. So that's that story. But I think in some of these cases, there's going to be a lot of corroborating evidence coming out when the cases finally get to court. But as I've said to you, tracing these cases out, there's a kind of what they call the Stalingrad option of deliberately delaying hearings. Oh, well, sorry, I'm not available. Another 6 months goes by. Okay. And in one case where Mr. Tabas said this prosecutor has got to suddenly not use those 3 days. There's a High Court judge in Pietermaritzburg called Judge Singh. She actually needs Mr. Shange. Mr. Shange is his deputy that he takes instructions from. I checked the whole High Court rolls on the Pietermaritzburg High Court. There is no case set down for 3 days. There's a Singh here and a Singh there, but no Singh running a case for 3 days. So it seemed to me that that was not quite honest. Okay.
I asked you this morning when we consulted, why haven't you lodged a complaint with IDEC?
Well, I actually didn't know that I could. Thank you for telling me.
Well, it sounds like corruption to me.
Yeah, no, that's what
Defeating the ends of justice, withdrawing cases, enrolling cases, withdrawing them, and you also say lying, because now you just look at a court roll and you see there's no judge.
No, there's at least one free day of those 3 days where no judge of Singh is presiding, according to the court roll. So, I mean, no, I will do that. And it's a very helpful suggestion because I'm actually...
Don't mention my name.
No. No, I'll say it came up in the commission and I was told that I could approach, in the ad hoc. But I will definitely do that because I
Okay, then I just wanted to, your interactions, I think we've already heard from you about Minister Nkunu, and then just the remaining two, Advocate Pakoli and Mr. Kabinde.
Yeah.
You deal with Kabinde at paragraph 27.
Yeah. I can answer that quite quickly. I mean, and there's no sort of unknown sources here. This is what I experienced personally. Mr. Ngabindi, I know he was at IPED, and I don't think I dealt with him there, but I couldn't be sure because I did do quite a bit of interaction with IPED head office, but I don't remember dealing with... I remember the reports about him falling out with McBride, but that was about as much as I could remember about him. And then what happened was that after Minister Nkunu was suspended and there was a new minister... I didn't know who to send my complaints to because I do have to write a complaint about the state of policing in the province. And I asked Patricia, I'm in almost daily interaction with Patricia almost. We deal with a lot of stuff together. And Patricia Mashali, Mrs. Mashali. And she said, oh, look, Ngabindi is the head of the office there, try him. And I did, and I sent him a couple of things. And I got a response to say that there would be a new person who hadn't quite started. And she is, I think, she's an... What did I say she was called? I think she's a general... Pino, yeah. So she's quite efficient. I sent to her and she acknowledges and says it's been sent on. That's how I dealt. Then I phoned Ngabindi after the police, and it seems that our police were paid to go up there and do all these actions against... we have no money for a lot of resources at the moment in KZN. And our police were there operating... going into Ngabindi's home, beating his brother allegedly. So I just phoned to ask if he'd opened a case about his brother, and he said he had, and I think he said there wasn't a warrant. I didn't deal with him after that.
And just on Patricia Mashale, also raised it with you this morning, that Minister Nkunu had also referred a number of complaints, a whole bundle of complaints to the IGI, but I had received a report back to say that I think it's between 70 to 80% of those complaints had no substance.
I must confess.
I'm just asking you the extent to which you do rely or have relied also on Patricia Mashale's network.
No, thank you. Yeah. A lot of the information she's given him, I followed up independently. Okay. And I think the problem, because she was adamant she'd given proof of what she'd said. And she records also for other corruption reported to her by her former husband. And that was why they'd seized her phone and they wanted this and that and the other. But on the whole, I mean, in terms, all I relied on her with this was to say, well, who can I contact there? And she knew who to contact. And I realized I actually facilitated this. Suddenly, in answer to the question there, suddenly there was a call to say we need to meet with Patricia Mashale, and I facilitated it. I said, will you meet with them? And she actually said to me, and I think her husband did too, former husband, can we trust this person? I said, well, I don't know. I think you can. I don't know. And then when you must remember also, of course, that there was no Inspector General of Intelligence until I think last year. There was a hiatus between the resignation of Dr. Dindwe, or the end of term of Dr. Dindwe. So I'd been interacting with an advocate in the office, not the head of the office. Then in come the new head, and I got a message to say all my queries must go to his PA. In other words, not to keep sending it to the advocate. So we're not absolutely sure whether or not the information was accurate. So, but normally I've checked out her stuff and verified it with people that she's reported, and I've spoken to them directly.
Then you also mentioned Advocate Piccoli. You said you met him once.
Once. I only met him once. I knew he was the legal advisor for the minister. I think I'd heard that along the way somewhere, because I had admiration for him based on what happened some years back to him. And I heard he was in the office and acting for the minister. And then he said he was coming to Durban on business, and I met him in Professor Zulu's office, because he'd arranged to meet someone who used to be a senior student of Professor Zulu's. So we combined it, but the discussion was general. He did ask me, he said, did you write these letters? Yes. He asked me for clarification, but I want to stress at no stage did he indicate that there was even a consideration of disbanding. He just asked me to verify. And then we branched off a whole lot of other stuff, including like he was shocked when I told him about the guy who'd planted the grenade at the university and nobody knew was working for the security police.
And then you also mentioned Lieutenant General Sabir.
Oh, now that's another interesting one. I had no contact with Sabir. I didn't much like the man because he brought one of these spurious legal actions against Patricia Mashale over a fairly trivial thing, and she wasn't even served with the papers. Anyway, by the end of January, I was deeply concerned about the fact that there was no sign of any disbandment of the task team. And I was getting more and more problems about the prosecutor. It was a combination. And I began to wonder, if they're going to be forced to disband, what's going to happen to those dockets? What have they done with the dockets? What dockets have they got? And I discussed with somebody, I think it was a lawyer or maybe even a policeman, and I honestly don't know who it was. I remember a discussion and saying, do you think I should maybe ask the one, Sabir, who's the Deputy National for Detectives? Because I knew that the original structure was to report to the Deputy National of Detectives. Okay. I asked somebody who gave me his number. I sent him a message and I said, I wrote him a covering letter. And I said, I'm really concerned. Are you able to take those dockets and check them? The emails bounced back. I sent him a message and said, well, I don't think you've got the emails. He never replied to me again. So in other words, they're not even on record. As far as I know, I don't know how emails bounce back, how people get emails, because they definitely bounce back. Virtually everything I sent him was what I'd sent to Parliament and the Minister last year, just with a covering letter. I sent a copy of the letter from Minister Mkhunu to say, look, this is a legal instruction. So that was my contact with Sabia. Yeah,
And
that
then
was the end of it.
Can I just ask you about paragraph 33? You about this alleged conflict of interest. You say, which is inherent in General Khumalo having been allowed to continue to occupy two roles. One, the project manager of PKTT, and also that of crime intelligence.
Well, there is an inherent conflict of interest. Look, these are two, let me go back to about first year sociology. These are two very separate roles. They demand separate requirements and qualifications. One is managing finance, and as I said, there were allegations that there were problems there with the PKTT. And the other, of course, the project manager one, the other one was the fact that he was in crime intelligence, which also involves approving the financial expenditure by intelligence. And I've been getting all these are first-hand contacts from police members. So again, forgive me, Chairperson, but I can't reveal the names because of this whole question of endangering them, and because they know that I've said I won't reveal their identities. So that's the only reason. I think the only people I'm not naming are police members. But when I heard this I was getting messages from people I know, senior, saying there's a whole restructuring going on. And I was talking, and there was one individual member who'd been in crime intelligence for a long time. And he was saying, I don't know what to do, because there are regulations about what you pay to informants and rewards. Like if you get a big drug bust, they're supposed to get a reward. He said, I can't do that. I can only offer them 3,000 rand, and they're risking their lives. I mean, if police informants are risking their lives, some of them get killed. I said, well, I don't know. I checked with the officer of the IGR, but the new IGR wasn't there. I think I checked with the advocate there, and she said, well, he better come and tell us. And I said, but he's too scared to. I think they'll just lose their jobs if their names leak out. I don't know what happened. There was actually, I didn't go to the media. Somebody went to the media, and there was a report to the same effect. Okay, so it's finances in two positions, because the minute after General Khumalo was appointed to head crime intelligence, I was also getting from individual members of crime intelligence saying, we've got no vehicles. We thought these vehicles were bought for us. We're having to use public transport, and that's a risk to us. We don't know why we're not getting the vehicles. We think the money's going to the political killings task team. Well, I don't know. This is what I mean about a conflict of interest, two roles. So that was the first thing. He should never have been in both these positions at the same time. That's what I was saying. The other issue with him, and this is what I did know that he was on bail, and I did know that his bail conditions precluded him, Khumalo, from going to work, basically to engaging in his intelligence work. And he was talking about what had happened since he'd been given bail, which he should not have been involved in. So that's why I raised the issue of these conflict of interest, because it creates the impression maybe this is where the money's going, so there's no money for crime intelligence. I don't know. I mean, I'm asking people to, one of the things you'll see I'm asking the committee, your ad hoc to do, is to push for proper audits. The only people that can deal with this sort of complaint is the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence. And sometimes I've got round to copying stuff to Scopa, but I really want to push for a proper independent audit of both especially of the KwaZulu-Natal budget, because it was used up very early in the year. So this creates these perceptions that money's going to the task team because of its expenses. So that's what that was about, just to put that in.
And then just lastly, you make some suggestions, urgent actions that are required at paragraph 36.1.
Sure.
Expediting the implementation of the overdue legislation to restore civilian oversight to the intelligence services, including financial independence and competent staffing at the Office of the IGI. In 36.2, an immediate independent audit of the KZN policing budget and of all PKTT expenditure. And in 3, there must, without delay, be an audit of all the guns which have been in the hands of the PKTT. You want to explain?
Yeah, I do. I would like to, because look, I was very close to what was happening in July 2021. I even had former students phoning me in panic. And sending messages on and telling me what was happening in Phoenix and all sorts of, even police were sending me messages about what was happening and the role of private security companies in Phoenix. So I knew that, I've written up a chapter in it in a book on protest, but I'd read through, for example, the report by the committee chaired by Dr. Sidney Mufamadi, and that was in 2018, about restoring civilian oversight to the intelligence services. And he said it was urgent. Now, I think it's common knowledge that finally that legislation was passed last year. That is, how many years now? 6 years after it was deemed urgent, and it was only enacted this year. And there's all sorts of, in a separate annexure, I've just done a memorandum about the security situation in KwaZulu-Natal. You see, after July 21, I thought there might be a focus on getting better intelligence, because from more than one senior person, including a senior minister at the time, that after Jacob Zuma was arrested, nothing was coming through from KwaZulu-Natal. Mkhwanazi was nowhere to be found. Even his phone was off. One minister went off. One minister was very irate. She just couldn't understand how the man didn't have his phone on when the province was burning. Anyway, I thought we might pay attention to intelligence, but it's actually deteriorated from what the members tell me. One member I spoke, who was a long-time member a couple of weeks ago, said, well, it's virtually collapsed in KwaZulu-Natal. So I think there's an urgency here, and that brings me to the guns, because what I forgot to mention is, in one of the early reports from Minister Clearly, one of the very few, he was talking about, well, we've made all these arrests for guns and illegal guns and dockets and guns, and they were a range of very dangerous guns. But a senior provincial detective said, well, what happened is that actually, and again, as I said, I'm not mentioning these names because they are police members, and it would at least lose them their jobs, and it might even get them killed, some of them that are doing dangerous work right now. And he said to me, what happened is that apparently, and it's not confidential, the task team went to the different stations in the province where there were illegal guns taken in, and They took the dockets and they took the guns. That's why this massive amount of information, see how well the task team is doing. Someone told me along the way, I think it was a prosecutor, who was also very concerned about it, said, but you know, they say they do their own ballistics. Well, I mean, what does that mean? They are police members. You've got to use police ballistics. So I would really like, I mean, the crime problem in KwaZulu-Natal is out of control at the moment. And we've got to deal with the gun problem. And I think if Parliament could press for some sort of audit of all the guns that have been in the hands, well, even the guns in the hands of the police. I mean, because they do go missing from the police. I know that from firsthand. But I don't know where all these guns are. What happened to them? Were people actually convicted? What happened to the guns? Were they bona fide police ballistics people that tested them? It's unknown. I think an audit of the guns by, I don't know by who, but there must be some way of doing it. These are things that, what I said to you earlier, you know, the things Parliament can do. The Madanga Commission will take a long time to get round to doing investigations, but Parliament can do things as soon as it's reached its ad hoc conclusions.
Thank you. Thank you.
And there's longer term stuff. You know, I, as a social scientist, I'm very concerned about a creeping culture of secrecy. I gave evidence here against the secrecy bill years ago. But there's a creeping culture of secrecy. We've had problems even getting PIA applications without having to go to court. And there's an increasing use of slap suits, defamation actions by the police at our expense, I think, to try and stop people telling the truth, basically. I mean, just last week, we were saying that they're doing this against people who are also trying to protect land rights of Indigenous people. So, I mean, that is longer term. We've got to expedite that legislation. The other longer term thing, and again, a policeman phoned me just before I came and said, look, we are, among ourselves, we're talking. He's a retired senior man. And we've decided we've got to restructure the police. I said, yeah, I've said that. We have to restructure. And these are longer term things. But at the same time, we have to keep it in mind. I mean, there's a national development plan that's got some good ideas.
Okay, Doctor.
Thank you.
Let's see.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Dan. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Are you done?
Thank you.
Hope so.
Okay. We are now going to the next session, Doctor, where we are going to allow these honorable members of Parliament to ask you questions. And I'm going to request that in your responses, you must be crispy. Yeah. Must be crispy. Yeah, so that because the time that we allocate to a member, if a member asks you one question and you take the whole time of a member responding,
Okay.
then it means the member forfeits his or her right to ask questions. Yeah. Okay. How much time do you want me to allocate to honorable members? A member. 15. 15. Okay. We are going to do like this, honorable members. Today, because our guest today is a senior citizen, and I want you to enjoy the luxury of being with the senior citizens. I allocate each one of you 20 minutes across, full members and alternates. Each one of you today will have 20 minutes. I will exercise some flexibility where I see that you have not exhausted your list. I may give some 5 minutes extra, but I won't go beyond 30 minutes with every member. Yeah. Yes. Are you ready, Honorable Ngola?
We are all ready.
You are all ready. Okay. Let me check the time. It's now 15:42. At 15:02, your time will expire, Honorable Ngola. 16:02. Your time will expire, and then the time of Honorable Sokanyile will expire at 16:22.
Donate.
Chair?
Yeah. Honorable Skosana.
Oh, I thought you were giving us 15 minutes each, so you're giving us half an hour.
No, I'm giving each one of you 20 minutes.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah. You don't have to use all of it. So listen, Honorable Ngola, your time starts at 15:43. So it will now end at 16:03. Your time starts now.
Yeah, thanks. Honorable Sokanyile is going to make a humanitarian donation if my time ends. Thank you very much, Prof. Doc. Are you an expert in policing?
Yeah, sorry. I beg your pardon?
Go to the mic, Doc.
Yeah, okay.
Are you an expert in policing?
An expert in, sorry, in?
Policing.
Policy, I know quite a bit about it, actually. I did
Not
teach
policy.
Yeah.
Not policy. Policing.
Policing.
Yeah, policing services.
I did research on policing in the 90s. I wrote a report on policing based on research. And I have written a lot of stuff on violence that includes assessments of policing. I think I did a conference paper on policing. I don't know what an expert on policing is, actually. I mean, short of being a lawyer who knows all the laws and things like that. Yeah.
So was that research an academic research?
It was academic. Yeah. I mean, the research report, the research was academic. I did in the late 90s.
So you were doing it with which accredited higher education institution?
At the University of Natal, where I was teaching anthropology, and now it's the University of KwaZulu-Natal because it amalgamated with the University of Durban-Westville. There were two universities, and we're now University of KwaZulu-Natal, by which time I had retired.
Okay. So let's go to your deposed affidavit. Mm-hmm. It looks like it largely relies on hearsay. I'm saying it looks like.
It looks like it.
Yes, because in each and every paragraph you make mention that so-and-so said this, so-and-so said this, so-and-so said this. What is your comment on that?
No, it's okay. It wasn't hearsay to me. It was direct communication with people. Most of it is there, apart from where I say, as we have discussed at length, that I have to protect especially, it's mainly the police that talk to me, whose identities I cannot reveal. But the information I compiled as part of this report is direct information from people who've experienced the task team or have worked as a detective with the task team, including lawyers for some of the people who've been charged by them. So for me, it's not hearsay. Now, I also want to stress that most of these people are dying to give evidence to someone about their own experiences. I have begged even police members to go and do it in camera, but a lot of people who've experienced this say, yes, I can't wait to go and give evidence myself.
Okay. So you get information about PKTT from policemen, some of them, from community members, some of them, and from prisoners,
Yes.
some of them.
Prisoners who have not yet been found guilty and are innocent in terms of the Constitution until they're found guilty.
Okay. So do you apply the audi alteram partem rule after having received this information?
I try to, but I don't get responses from...
What do you mean you tried? Explain the tried part.
Okay. I try to, how can I say? I tried to communicate when Thabiso Zulu's phones were seized without a warrant, without an order. I phoned General Khumalo personally. He couldn't explain it. He said he didn't know about it. He never followed it up, did he? Because I did write to Mkhwanazi and I wrote to Parliament and nobody followed it up. What can I do? I don't get responses from the police anymore. I complained to General Masemola about the fact that the...
Doc, can you hold there?
Yeah.
I don't think you're answering.
I know. Okay, you wanted me to be brief. Right.
You
I'll
are
do my
talking
best.
about, wait, Doc. You are talking about you complaining about police action in that particular incident. The point I'm making is
Yeah.
you receive information about the irregularities of the PKTT from people. But do you ever take time to ensure that you get the side of the story from the PKTT itself, so that whatever findings you formulate are based on both sides of the story? Do you get it now?
I do indeed, but how do I get it if they don't want to give me the information when I write to them and ask questions?
Okay, have you communicated with the General Dumisani Khumalo, the project leader of the PKTT, when you received information about the things that is alleged the PKTT is doing?
No, I stopped communicating with them because...
So you did not solicit a view from the PKTT before making findings about the PKTT?
Look, I am reporting what many people have said independently about the actions. I'm reporting in some of the stuff that's on court records with lawyers that are working for these people. I have tried, in the first days of democracy, I would get responses from the police. I've given up largely because I have a lot of letters on record. I mean, I wrote to General Masemola and said, the political killings task team, look, here are attached statements. What are you doing about it? I never got a reply. So that's why I copy to the police,
Okay.
so that they can say, come back to me and say, no, this is wrong, and give me an explanation. And they don't do it.
Okay, let's pass that, Doc. Section 16, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislators Act requires you to give Parliament information wherever you are required to. Then on what basis are you refusing the ad-hoc committee to give the information that it requires, including the names that were requiring you to give the ad-hoc committee?
May I just explain? I don't know. I have this very few cases here where I have not spoken personally to people, and very few cases I've given names. The only people whose names I have not given are people that I cannot, according to my own professional ethics as a social worker, as an anthropologist, as a human rights defender, reveal names because they might endanger the lives of the people, and they are police members. I'm trying to explain this because I think the Honourable Chairperson put it very well. I thought I'd explain by referring to ethics. But I also I am not in a position to investigate them myself, and Parliament does not have the capacity in terms of resources to have a skilled forensic investigator to do some of the work that needs investigating. It's as simple as that. So I cannot go blurting out names of people who might be killed before there's an investigation.
Okay, Doc, we'll pursue that. Let's go to your paragraph 5. Paragraph 5. So we're going to compare this paragraph against the background. You are saying that you can't say names of people who are in the police service because you might be risking them losing their lives. I mean, their lives or their jobs or getting persecuted. That's what you said, Prof.
Well, those that are not, if I can just reply, these are people that are not already publicly named. All the people I'm referring to have been in court reports, have been in the media. I am referring to members who are not in the public domain.
Yeah, because it looks like there are some you mentioned. You have mentioned Captain Fine of the National Intervention Unit, who was promoted at some point. You mentioned Magistrate Kumalo, who you say has even been reported to the Magistrate Commission. So as it appears, what would think that you mention those you don't like and you don't mention those you hold dear? What will be your view on that?
Okay. Right. Everybody knows that Colonel Finn is running around with this task team. You know, the people are saying it, it's not secret. These are people we are paying. We taxpayers, these are public servants. We're entitled to name them if they're doing an official job like this. They're not, that's one thing.
But Prof, you said, Doc, you said, apologies for interjecting. You said, there is a member of the police service who contacted you after the political killings task team dissolution letter, who wanted to give Minister Nkunu information. So that person, you pay that person as a taxpayer as well, but you are refusing to mention him. But if that's the logic you want to use, that these are public servants, you pay them, you are taxpayers, but the same person you are hiding from Parliament is a person who is in the public service, who actually is under the payroll of the state.
I think anyone who has access to intelligence information in the police is surely not named public. This man is just a very experienced detective. He's more or less retired. I think he may have retired by now. But he's very much, these retired detectives I hear keep in contact with each other, the retired police. Now, he would definitely be at risk. And I could not mention a name unless I asked him. He may end up giving evidence himself. I would like him to, but he has to decide. As for the magistrate Kumalo, it's in a report done for the court. Court proceedings are open. It's in a report done by the advocate for one of the accused in the case, applying for the case to be reviewed. Not only that, Magistrate Kumalo's name is on a charge sheet for our former Chief Magistrate Nzimande, who's being charged by the Magistrates Commission. And on the charge sheet is the very same Magistrate Kumalo's name as having paid to get his position. Now, that's a court document. It's public. So, you know, I mean, there's a difference here with people that talk to me in complete confidence and don't want to lose their jobs. And all I am asking is for people, and I mean, you wanted the information about my communications with Nkunu. So if I'm going to be honest, I have to say, well, this is what I did.
Oh, thanks, Doc. Let's go to your paragraph 13 and 14. You talk about people who are held in custody and who are refused bail.
13, yes.
13 and 14.
Yes.
We're talking about people who actually refuse bail and try to pinpoint that to the PKTT.
Yes, so that's point 13, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
and 14 is speaking about almost the same thing.
Yeah.
So how is it a problem of the PKTT that people were refused bail by judicial officers?
Because in one case, the charges should have been withdrawn immediately. Within days of charging these members, I've been dealing with a lawyer for these members as well. Within days of charging the members, the PKTT, and it's the only political case, right, that's their mandate. The PKTT were on duty that night. There's OB entries, AVL entries, phone record entries, and a statement from their station, their commander, that they could not have got over an hour's journey away and killed someone. Right. That case was never withdrawn. The other three cases, the state dragged its heel by wasting court days. I mean, one day, 5 days set aside, the prosecutor gets to court, sorry, not using today, I'm not prepared. I don't know, how do you get away with not being prepared as a prosecutor that we are paying? They're paying lawyers for that day because the lawyer's only here when they get to court, that the prosecutor's decided he's not prepared. We've charted these delaying tactics, deliberate. That's the one where they didn't use the day when he went to the High Court.
But
now,
you understand, Doc, that bail refusal is a judicial decision, not a PKTT decision or an NPA decision.
I have explained that the problem goes back to Advocate Taba, against whom there are very serious allegations, and all I wanted and asked of the National Director of Public Prosecutions that she would deploy a very senior, completely independent judicial person to check the dockets, and she refused to do. So that's the same prosecutor that there's another affidavit about how he's trying to fabricate evidence. Now, there are cases where police are given bail when they kill people. Most cases, the police get bail because they've got a fixed abode. And the case has been dragged on unnecessarily.
Okay, Doc. No, it's fine.
And there's a statement, the Constitution says you are entitled to a speedy. That there should not be an undue, this is an unreasonable delay when it drags on like this. The minute the defense gets to be able to present its case 3 years after the beginning, and there's another 6 months delay.
Okay, let's pass that side apart. You reckon that it was completely unnecessary for the PKTT to be established?
Yes.
Do you know the process leading to the PKTT establishment?
Only from what I've been, I know the process very well. I was part and parcel of the Marani Commission. They relied on me for information. I gave them evidence. I've got their report. I also know the political situation in KZN very, very well. I mean, I know there's all sorts of factions in politics. I know, yeah, I mean, the same everywhere. Anyway, I know it's very dangerous because we are the hit.
Honorable Nduli is disturbing my witness.
Yeah.
Sorry, point of order, Chair. Can she speak to the mic, please? Because she's...
Sorry. Yeah, I don't know whether I'm supposed. Must I address the chairperson with this or with the questioner, Chair?
Still look at him because I see that both of you are enjoying the eye contact.
Okay. No, look. Okay, let me get back to...
It's a whole vibe happening there, Chair.
We don't know. All we can say is these people are in politics and the motive may or may not have been political. We had a very good, I'm saying because I can speak from experience, that the provincial team was doing a good job. Now you asked about the...
Doc, the process leading to the establishment.
The process. I know that Mr. Clearly, former Minister Clearly, or whatever he wants to be called, because he loves his uniforms and being called a general, I know that he's a very powerful politician. He's a populist. He's got a lot of, he was on the national executive, I think, at that stage. So he's got a lot of sway in politics, right?
Doc,
and I think that
the process leading to the...
Yeah, I think that he drove it. That's what I'm saying. I think he drove it without a doubt. And I think, let's say this, let me put it in academic terms. Suppose they didn't like what came out at the Morani Commission and suppose they didn't like the fact that a lot of arrests had been made that were going to lead to some pretty senior politicians. And that was the case in two of the cases.
Let's do like that, Doc. Let's stop.
Okay. So for all we know, they could have deliberately set up a team to sabotage.
Just a moment, Honorable Ngwan. You went to testify at the Morani Commission.
Yes.
And when was it?
2017. And the report was released in the middle of 2018, around the time the task team was established.
Okay. And then it is your submission here that the PKTT is as a result of the Morani Commission.
Well, yes, that's common knowledge. They say it was because of the Morani Commission it was actually set up. That's what the official explanation was.
Okay. And then the honorable member, when he asked you, you said that you were actively involved in the process.
Yes.
Leading to the formation of the PKTT.
No, I was involved in the process involving the Morani Commission. The evidence leader came to me wanting lists of people killed.
Okay.
Which I gave him, and I gave evidence to the commission.
So the process leading to the PKTT, you were not actively involved.
No, I wasn't. But I mean, I looked as far as I could when I was asked to write that article. I don't know whether there was as far as I know, there was no official notice of establishing it. It was obviously an interministerial decision. Yes, you can go ahead and let's have a team. That's the way I read it.
Okay.
But I do know that it was the minister communicated to the National Commissioner at the time who established a structure for the team.
It's fine. I want to hand back to Honorable Ngola to continue.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair. Doc, it does appear that you really do not know how the PKTT was established. This is what happened. This is what happened, Doc. There was a person who was murdered in KwaZulu-Natal. Then President Cyril Ramaphosa visited the home of that person and later established an interministerial committee, which is a subcommittee of cabinet, which has actually made recommendations that a task team be established to deal with political killings in KwaZulu-Natal. Now, let's leave it now. The second question would be, you reckon that those who were there before the establishment of the PKTT were actually doing the job greater than this. Do you know how many cases were registered, politically aligned killings registered before the establishment of the PKTT?
Well, they were working from the lists I had. They've quoted the lists that I gave to Morani Commission. And you mentioned, yes, I know the case you're talking about. It was a very prominent Ramaphosa supporter called Mqunu in Pietermaritzburg. He was murdered, and the provincial detectives had arrested and charged people. And the task team came in and withdrew the charges. Yeah, that's what happened.
Doc, I am looking for stats. I'm saying, how many politically related killings cases were registered before the establishment of the political killings task team?
I think it was, look, I don't have those lists with me, but they were at least, but that was up until the end of 2017. I think it was something in the region. It depends on the period. I think for the period Morani wanted, there were about 150 deaths. I think something like that, but I couldn't tell you offhand. I don't have the figures here. This
I was saying 150.
Before, let's do this intervention, Doc. You know, South Africans are following the proceedings, and I announced it this morning that we sometimes get feedback about the things that they see, and also matters that are of interest to them. The honorable member is asking you a question about a victim who was killed in KwaZulu-Natal. And I guess that he belongs to a family there. And the family may still be grieving by now because the chapter has not been closed. And I just want to persuade you to reconsider the statement that you made to say, no, he was a prominent Ramaphosa supporter. I don't think that will be appropriate.
Okay.
You can imagine a family of Mqunu if they are watching the proceedings now, and their late family member is being described as somebody's supporter, not as a citizen who unfortunately lost his life due to the political killings that were happening in that project. Do you agree with me that it might have not been appropriate to frame it the way you did?
Look, I'm not sure because it was common knowledge. It was kind of common knowledge within the ANC itself from people I spoke to because of the factions in the ANC. And that was why Ramaphosa came here, you see. So I'm not sure. I can't answer your question because I hadn't thought about it that way.
Just listen to me, Doc.
Yeah.
When you come here, we say that the senior counsel must confirm that you are the witness that we expected. And the senior counsel, when he introduces you, he says you are Dr. Elizabeth Mary Ann Haas. He does not say you are a supporter of a rugby football team or you are an affiliate of a congregation at a particular township or village elsewhere. You are Dr. Elizabeth Mary Ann de Haas, belonging to the de Haas family. If there is a family ceremony at home and they invite us, they say the Haas family invites you to come and celebrate with them on the achievements of their daughter. They don't say, we are inviting you to an event of a supporter of a Soviet Lahanyan. You do hear what I'm saying?
No, I do.
That's exactly why I say I must persuade you to understand that to describe a person as a prominent Ramaphosa supporter cannot be appropriate, and you must be persuaded to withdraw that statement.
No, I'm happy to withdraw it. I only mentioned it because of President Ramaphosa coming here, because, you know, it was one of his main people in Maritzburg. So I'm happy to withdraw it.
No, yeah, it's all about, it's not about who supports who, but the context
Yes.
within which the name is being mentioned is that even up to today, the family has not got closure on that matter. And so we should be able to gauge the emotions around the matter. And those who knew the late Mkunu and those who are his family, every time the name is being mentioned, the fact that the family has not got closure on the matter, it always evokes emotions.
Of course.
Yes, and we must be measured in the manner we talk about the name. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, look, thank you for that. I'm quite happy to withdraw it. It was a response to the honourable member's question about comment about President Ramaphosa coming here. That's all. But the family were quoted after the charges were withdrawn by the political killings task team. The important charges, the murder charges, after they were withdrawn, the family were quoted publicly as being very upset about it. So, yeah, I mean, as I said, I'm quite happy to strike that off the record, or whatever you do, that he was a Ramaphosa supporter. I was trying to explain why it was important at that point in time for Ramaphosa to show his full support for the family. That's all. Because the subject came up, but it doesn't have to be part of it at all. I mean, I mean, to finish that comment there, that the thing is that President Ramaphosa would have been very sympathetic to one of their key people provincially, when was this, 2018, he'd just been appointed Minister of Police. He would have been very supportive to a suggestion that there be a special team. It stands to reason, you know, that he would support it. But my thing is this: I suspect that the motivation was, well, let's keep a good eye on what's happening here.
Let's stop you. Honorable Ngola, do you still have further questions?
But carry on.
Thank you, Chair. Doc, do you know how many politically related cases were registered after the political killings task team establishment?
I've got a list, but not with me.
Doc, do you know how many?
I don't know how many. I can't tell you the number because I haven't even got a tentative number. The list is at home.
Do you know how many accused persons have been convicted after the establishment of the PKTT?
I'm trying to find out.
You don't know, Doc?
There are no, I cannot get records of the dockets they took.
Doc, you don't know?
Yeah.
I don't know what dockets they took. I know that some of them aren't even.
The answer that says I don't know is enough, Doc.
Dr. De Haas.
That's my answer. I don't.
It's enough, Doc. You're saying.
The honorable member,
Yeah.
at the time you wrote this letter in October,
Yeah.
did you know how many convictions have been?
I had a rough idea from the public releases. That's all, because I couldn't get details anywhere. I am still looking for them, and I will certainly.
Did you know at the time? Did you know or didn't you know?
I had a rough idea, but I didn't know for sure because I didn't have the statistics and the breakdowns. That's the
He
reason.
did not know, honorable member. Can we move to the next question?
Yes, Chair, I'm quickly moving. So you don't know how many cases were registered, how many convictions were registered before and after. So let's take it that you don't know, and you are in no space to actually compare something you are not aware about. Let's pass that thing. Let's go to specifically the Magaga case. The Cindy Magaga case.
Yes.
Yeah, you make mention of it on paragraph 15 of your it's paragraph 17.1. Yeah, you make mention of the Magaga case. Do you know who was the detective who was leading the case?
The provincial team were investigating the case. That's why the docket was transferred to the political killings team. In fact, the imprisoned Lamini was one of the investigators.
Okay. Who made the breakthrough in the case?
Who?
Who made the breakthrough